lanky ass down. Bottom line, I will knock you the fuck out.
I think I unironically want to watch this. She just falls over. They all fall over. Uh-oh. No.
Get ready to drop this shit like this, man. Y'all check this dope shit out.
Oh, the roses. It's just like, who the fuck threw all these fucking roses at me? What the fuck? What the fuck? Who threw a handful of rose petals at me? All right. One second. Do it. Front flip. That was necessary. That was a necessary front flip. Get him. Yeah. Fuck, slap him. Yeah. You do the dishes. Not engage in the rough stuff. He's about to light them all on fucking fire. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You don't need your special powers. You didn't need to use your special powers to do that. There was nobody. You defeated all the bad guys. You could have walked up to you. Okay, I mean, that seems a little extra dangerous to do it this way. You could have just walked up and untied them. We're gonna throw shurikens. Is that necessary? Were they even in the same scene? Anyway, trust ninjas, right? I should trust the Sailor Suit Rebel Alliance, folks. Welcome to the News Underground. Big props to, I think that was Junta Main with Grab Your Money and Shank Ya. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. the Harbinger. Harbinger of what? Stupidity, probably. Fucking half-informed nonsense. You know, the usual shit. Well, welcome the Ponder Monkey, by the way, #1 in the chat. Thank you so much. And the Mr. ran out of things to throw. Would they just leave? Yeah, they just leave them covered in gas and tied up. Embarrassing. Thank you, Kem Goblin, for being here. Welcome back. Folks, harbinger of meh. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's all right. Even though it's less substance than 99% of the Twitch channels, I have less fun. So, kind of evens out. This is Bunta Spark, free falling with Loke Playa. I got a great video I'm going to show about philosophy, but I think I'm going to wait for more people to get in because it is a really good one. And it touches on something that I've seen the right wing do quite a bit. Either intentionally or just in an effort to be a bad actor, one or the other. But we're going to get to this video soon, this philosophy video, the dark philosophy of Arthur Schopenhauer. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but we will be covering Ukraine and the Gaza Strip. So let's get right into the Ukraine shit. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'll, look forward to that coming up. But yeah, we're going to be covering Ukraine and then Gaza. And then, of course, we have a special segment, the special BS Showdown. I can't wait. But it's a match-off between Norman Finkelstein, Piers Morgan, and Alan Dershowitz. So look forward to that, folks. That is going to be a riot. I really do. Look at the difference. I need to fix this. Coogan soup. Mike is going to find a way to not pass it. Well, he has found a way to not pass it. So thank you, Davey, for bringing that up. That is my first article of the day. Is Coogan soup? Is this story here? Mike Johnson. This. I don't know why the left is not pouncing on this and calling this out. I guess they're kind of waiting to see what direction they're going to go in. But the genius move, if you don't know, is he's going to split up these funding bills into 4 clean bills. That's what he's saying. So separate funding bill for Ukraine, $61 billion for Ukraine, $26 billion for Israel, $9 billion for humanitarian aid to Palestinians. And $8 billion to Taiwan. So he's splitting these up into individual bills, and the Democrats are saying, "Look, we'll save your career if you don't put any poison pills in these bills. Poison pills in these bills. What are a poison pill? Just random shit random stuff that these right wingers want. Oh, and of course it's all about the wall. It's all about the wall that they could have had. It's all about that border shit that they absolutely could have had. It was handed their entire policy agenda on immigration was handed to them on a silver platter by the so-called left wing, and they rejected it because it's so important to them. So it's all going to be wall nonsense. Wall. And that's why they didn't sign that bill that was handed to them by the Democrats, because then they wouldn't be able to use this as leverage. To their uninformed audience, it looks like the Democrats are, anti-immigration and all this. Or I'm sorry, anti-immigration. But here's the problem. Like I said, these are 4 individual bills that he's going to introduce. I don't know in what order. And what is he going to try to do? He's going to introduce the Israeli one first. And everyone, make a bunch of promises. Oh, don't worry. If you sign this, we'll sign the other ones. Just play ball with us and we'll play ball with you. Sign the Israeli one. And the Democrats are going to be like, what are we, stupid? I know that's the that's the accurate perception. I wasn't going to say misconception. Hell no. But they're not this stupid. They know full well that if they sign the Israeli bill, none of these other things are going to happen. Maybe the Taiwan one, maybe. But Ukraine out the window. Nope. If the Israeli one is signed, the Ukraine one is going to be reduced and diminished and turned into a loan, and then they still won't sign it. $9 billion for Palestine, huh? Woo! What, from Mike Johnson? from the Republicans? And they're just going to do that out of the kindness of their heart, huh? After we've signed the Israeli aid bill. It's a disaster. It's more wasted time. And what is he? He's desperately trying to keep his job. There's more Republicans are coming out of the woodwork to get rid of him because somehow that's going to fix the problem in the right wing. Marjorie Taylor Greene and these extreme MAGA guys seem hell-bent on ruining the dollar and aligning themselves with Vladimir Putin. There's no stopping them. And these Republicans are sitting there dumbfounded because here they have, they have their agenda just being completely nuked. In much the same way that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema was able to nuke the agenda on the left wing. Not exclusively, though. There was a lot of theatrics. Oh, I wish we could be so progressive, but Kristen Sinema, no, she said no. Joe Manchin loves the filibuster, so shucks, guys. What can we do? But similar stuff. Boy, I really wish those so-called progressives would start doing the same thing, huh? Boy, imagine the kind of shit we'd have if those progressives were actually leveraging the small amount of power. We only need 2 of them, apparently. Or rather, the House we got, 8 or 9 members of the Squizod? I read that the House will likely pass all 4. However, the Senate Republican will make sure to change something Ukraine bill so it will be sent back to the House for a second vote, and then it will never be voted on again. So there'll be some kind of trick. Yeah, the Israeli bill won't be changed in the Senate. So that's what it is. They're going to do it all. They're going to pass it like it's an omnibus bill all at the same time. But then this allows the extremist right-wing Senate to pick and choose. Interesting. Now, the Senate is currently owned by, or they're currently run by the neoliberals. They have the majority there. Are we going to have a Ukraine aid bill pass soon? We'll see, Estonian. Welcome back. But I guess there's enough blue dog neoliberals in the Senate who are basically acting like Republicans. Is that what's going on? Maybe Joe Manchin? Anyway, want to get started with that. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. Yeah, Woke Patriot. It really is. Their hypocrisies are laid bare, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, but it needs 60 votes in the Senate to stop the filibuster. And there's going to be a filibuster. Why? This is supposed to be bipartisan. But they're just going to knee-jerk a filibuster anyway, maybe? Jesus fucking Christ, man. And of course, let's not change that filibuster. Let's not forget that that the body in charge can change those filibuster rules. But no, we can't do that. It's going to be, I don't know, what is MSNBC going to do? The day that the Republicans, the moment the filibuster gets in the Republicans' way, and then 5 seconds later they've changed the rules, and bye filibuster, and that all the decades worth of protecting the filibuster. We got to protect the legacy of it's just the sanctity of this whole debating body. It's more important than anything you've ever known. All that out the fucking window. 5 minutes, it becomes a problem for the Republicans. Oh, yeah, Mika Brzezinski. Oh, don't worry about, this Trump administration and their extremist policies. The Democrats have promised to filibuster everything. And then 15 minutes later, Mika Brzezinski, oh, I'm sorry to report that the Republicans have changed the filibuster rules. Are you tired of it? Are you tired of this? I got a solution. Let me know if you want a solution. Whatever happens, Israeli aid will be passed because they have a strong lobby in the Ukraine and won't because of the traitors. So that's what I'm saying, though, is that what the Democrats need to do is say, hey, look, Mike Johnson, we'll save your career, but guess what? Guess what's going first? The number one priority is Ukraine. We're not helping you with anything else until the Ukraine aid is passed. Cha-ching, cha-ching, it's passed in here, it's passed in the Senate. Now we can talk about the rest of these individual bills. That's what they should be doing. What I'm surprised is that they're not demanding this to just be an omnibus bill so that they're like, yeah, we agree with all of this. We want to pass all of it all at once. He's like, well, no, I want to capitulate to Russia, and I want to make sure I have a weaselly way out to pretend like I'm working with you, so that you'll be tricked into helping me keep my career, because the extremist Republicans are going to be kicking me out. Well, I need that, but I also need to, my constituencies need to see that we're helping Russia win the war against Ukraine. So, I'm going to last second pull a little trap door on it. So, I mean, we'll see. We're speculating right now, so we'll see. I'm not going to even bother reading this until I'm not going to waste time, or I've wasted enough bloviating. But honestly, I'm not going to waste time getting into the details besides what I've talked about, because it seems dead in the water already. Moving on. They did, after relying on it for blocking Obama's judicial appointments. As soon as Trump was in, that change is packed the fuck out of the courts. Exactly. Ponder monkey. But no, I mean, they didn't add another seat, though, which apparently there's a process for them to do that if the Supreme Court becomes what it has become. So that it is anti-Semitic, keep the bills together. Yeah, and MTG says a lot of things, doesn't she? Woman is an absolute embarrassment, but we all know that. So I wanted to start off, not start off, I guess I've already done one video, but I wanted to have this in the beginning because it's just ridiculous, but I do need to talk about it. It just kind of gives you a look into the perspective of these people that are on Putin's side, that are coming to Putin's aid. The kind of wackadoodles that Putin has to align himself with just to hold on to power. And yeah, he might as well, you are the company you keep. Listen to this. Chechnya bans music deemed too fast or too slow. So let's not forget, Chechnya was invaded and taken over by Russia in a very similar manner to how they're trying to do with Ukraine. In fact, lessons learned from Chechnya probably helped the United States better prepare Ukraine.
Next, music, judged to be too fast or too slow, will soon be banned in Chechnya. President Ramzan Kadyrov's regime says it's a move to preserve and promote local culture.
Yes, Chem Goblin, I'm aware things are very, very, very different. But I'm just saying, on a very general sense, there was a lot of gaslighting, then an invasion that was resisted and then destroyed. And then the entire country was taken up. I don't recall, though. I haven't seen any history of this, but maybe you'll remember since you're such a history buff. Was there an attempt? Was there any discussion of erasing Chechnya, like we're seeing with Ukraine? These pundits talking about, well, I don't even know if we should even call it Ukraine once we take it back. Was there similar discussions happening for Chechnya, like literal discussions about erasing the entire identity of the country? Oh, okay, Chem Goblin, you're right. All right, yeah, that's true. I'm just saying, it's just like, okay, in the general sense of Russia throwing its weight around, okay, but yeah, no, I think you're right there. That it wasn't an independent state; it was a republic that wanted to break off. That does change things, because that means the international community is less able to assist that country. But yeah, no, thank you for that correction. Got the chat here trying to help me not look like an idiot, and I'm chastising him for it. Real great job, dude. Good job. You're good. You're good at this.
But also, effectively, ban Western music and its influences. For World Roundup, Monty Francis with this.
Traditional Chechen music has a certain look and rhythm, and officials there are going to great lengths to keep it that way. In a move to stem what it says is a polluting influence from the West, Chechnya's culture minister has
I'm sorry, am I supposed to say this shit isn't goofy as fuck?
Chechen music has a certain look and rhythm, and officials there are going to great lengths to keep it that way. In a move to stem what it says is a polluting influence from the West, I think I see the symbolism, though. They seem to be like, they're beautiful women and they're like snubbing them, so maybe this is like symbolism. They're like, the Russia or Chechnya is more important than beautiful women, and I'm more dedicated to nationalism than I am to pussy. You think this shit looks cool? Maybe if it wasn't for the
goddamn dead people I've seen. I've just seen too many dead people because of all this nonsense.
And officials there are going to great lengths to keep it that way.
But I guess people see that when they see an American performance, that's probably what they're seeing too, right? It's hard to erase all that once you've opened this Pandora's box.
In a move to stem what it says is a polluting influence from the West, Chechnya's culture minister has announced a ban on music that is either too fast or too slow, requiring that songs have a tempo of between 80 to 116 beats per minute. Just to give you an idea, Taylor Swift's hit, Cruel Summer, comes in at a swift 170 beats per minute, so it's much too fast. Last year's smash pop hit Flowers by Miley Cyrus clocked...
Oh, okay. I'm going to get DMCA'd and I'm going to get a headache.
The band does away with most Western dance and techno music. For example, this Daft Punk song clocks in at a speedy 121 beats per minute.
Oh man, is that the music video for World Around? I've never seen that. That looks cool.
Chechnya is an autonomous Russian republic in the North Caucasus of Eastern Europe with a population of 1.5 million people, most of whom are Muslim. Its leader, Ramzan Kadyrov, who came to power in...
Shit, dude, I thought his hat said autism.
...are Muslim. Its leader, Ramzan...
Oh, it says Dustim or something? By the way, this ridiculous moron made one of his sons, maybe it's this one or the other one, like top military official, gave him like a fucking stars and bars. Thought that shit said autism. Welcome back to Big Room, Davin, and Kissing Gonzo. Hey, Chem Goblin, is this hat cool too?
Kadyrov, who came to power in 2007, ordered the new rules along with his culture minister, who explained that music should, quote, conform to the Chechen mentality and sense of rhythm, and that borrowing musical culture from other peoples is inadmissible.
I mean, holy shit. Holy shit.
And that borrowing musical...
Dictator much? It just gives you this, you know, look into their mentality, into what they think they can do to other people, right? Because they think this is going to stop it. Is this going to, you know, somehow make people more proud of your country? Or, I mean, they just, you know, it's the Mao shit. It's the Stalin shit. It's the Hitler shit. As soon as they get total power, and then every ridiculous whim, every ridiculous idea is, you know, they turn into like little Kanye West, but with like full state power.
Culture from other peoples is inadmissible. The Chechen government has given artists in the region until June 1st to rewrite music that doesn't meet the new requirements.
And
ironically, the Russian national anthem might not make the cut. Most versions would be considered too slow.
Is Chechnya a Muslim country? Is that fair to say?
As Monty said, that would be ironic. Finally.
Oh, wait. What did he say? Hold on, I missed it.
The might not make the cut. Most versions would be considered too slow under the new rules.
And as Monty said, that would be ironic.
Talking about the national anthem. The national anthem is banned, dude, in Chechnya.
Ironically, the Russian national anthem...
Oh, the Russian national anthem. That's funny. I'm sure they'll make an exception, though. Isn't it ironic? Yeah, Muslim cultures do view... I mean, but they're not wrong, though. Because, you know, the theocracies, Christian, Muslim, whatever it is, but theocracies view free thinking as a threat. And music is a great way to, you know, music, poetry, art is a great way to express feelings or thoughts that are unexpressible in some ways. You know, like the feeling of you know, constant oppression, you know, of the exploitation of your everyday life. You know, how do you really put that to words properly? You know, an image can sometimes, you know, convey that message much better. Yeah, famously in the United States, let's not forget Footloose, that, you know, that documentary featuring Kevin Bacon. All right, moving on to my next story here. I'm not going to sit here and celebrate this. I only want to point this out that Russia's meat grinder, 50,000 confirmed dead. Independent sources and all that, as independent as you can get. I'm not going to sit here and celebrate 50,000 dead bodies. I would only like to point out that there's basically three sides to this. Four, if you want to count the European Union, those that are contributing from Europe. But it's the U.S., it's Ukraine, and Russia. Those are the big dogs. But let's not forget Europe and Taiwan and South Korea and all these amazing places that have chipped in what they can for Ukraine. But in my opinion, there's only two out of those three. There's only two taking it seriously. Ukraine and Russia. Meanwhile, the United States over here, Joe Biden, with his goddamn dick in his hand, letting Mike Johnson dance on the graves of thousands of Ukrainians. You think Russia's going to stop at 50,000? You think 500,000 would stop Russia? I see this number and people are like shocked by it. If I recall correctly, in World War II, there were individual battles that had higher body counts than this. World War I as well. Just 1 day's of fighting. 1 day's worth of fighting. 50,000 dead souls. So from Russia's calculation, this is nothing. This is a drop in the bucket. And look, man, just as the American people, as soon as we stop putting the dead bodies and the names on TV during the Iraq-Afghanistan war, when Mika Brzezinski and all the rest of them did what they were told, Dan Rather and all of them, stopped putting the fucking bodies and the names of the dead soldiers on TV. Thanks for your service, but you're going to have to go nameless forever. You ever notice that? They never talk about the bodies ever since. It only took one edict in the Bush administration. And MSNBC, no, can't show it. And that's really all it took for Americans to acquiesce to what was obviously happening, was America's poorest and most desperate and most vulnerable, who were being lied to as early as high school that they were going to get some kind of career out of their service. Well, they were the ones dying. And it's the same story in Russia. They're not even mobilizing out of Moscow. And he's got a whole lot more than 50,000 that he can pluck out of these villages. So Mike Johnson, fuck you to the Republicans, fuck you to the GOP, but also fuck you to the motherfucker sitting in the chair right now, Joe fucking ice cream licking Biden. Oh, there's just nothing I can do. I understand that there's previous military contracts with Israel that has smoothed things over way before the fact. You're sitting in that chair, you look like a fucking toddler in wet diapers, doing nothing. There's nothing you could do, no executive order, nothing. We started a war in the Middle East without fucking the Congress. We didn't need that shit. All an emergency. Ain't nothing I could do. Ain't nothing I could do. I'm just a helpless old man. Yeah, when you want to be. When you're State of the Union filling us full of fucking smoke, all of a sudden there's the spit and vinegar. All of a sudden there's the leader. Is he even doing the fireside chats? That motherfucking bully pulpit's so fucking dusty, you need a goddamn Dyson vacuum to clean it. Beautiful vacuums, those Dyson. Moving on to the next story. Wanted to show a couple examples from your boy Chem Goblin. Thank you, Chem Goblin. But Chem Goblin has been paying attention to the corruption issue in Ukraine very closely and has been nice enough to contribute some of these links in the Discord. So big props, Chem Goblin, keeping us up to date on what's happening. So I have a couple pieces of good news pertaining to corruption, and I have one piece of bad news, I think. Maybe a couple. Maybe just one, yeah. But in pre-cup repetita. Hold on. Let's see. I gotta say this one right. I want to see. Even Google doesn't know. Nope. Nope. It's not even gonna help me. All right. In Paprika, forest has been illegally cut down in the protected area for years. Damages reached 250 million hyenas. I'm sorry, I'm such an idiot. But no, this is good news. So, I mean, well, it's not good news that, you know, this tree farm has been cutting into protected forest, you know, just to pull profit out of it. Live with only a few second video. I didn't know that was possible. Yeah, Ace. Yeah, I got that all set up. Twitter, YouTube. I'm everywhere. Welcome back, Ace. Welcome back, Davin. But no, so the story is that this tree farm has been pulling lumber out of a protected forest, a forest that they shouldn't have been cutting down. And, you know, back in the day, they probably were very comfortable doing that because they would just, you know, bribe whoever they need to bribe and bada bing, bada boom, right? Well, here's a victory for the Zelensky government. Law enforcement officers in Prikapatia have exposed the management of a forest farm, which has been illegally cutting down forests in a protected area for years. This was reported by the SBI. According to the investigation, in 2018, the head of the Coot Forestry State Enterprise organized a group of officials who, without any permits or approval, issued documents for felling in areas. So that's exactly what we're talking about, right? It's that when Ukraine was a vassal state of Russia, they inherited the corrupt, you know, system of government that Russia has. But even worse, they treat their vassal states even worse, and some speculate even intentionally so. You know, because how I guess it would make Russia look bad if, you know, a country like Ukraine, 1/10 of its size, starts making more revenue, right? You know, starts making more deals with the West and starts, you know, building chip factories and weapons factories and all of a sudden they got a higher revenue than Russia because all of a sudden they're exporting more than oil and wheat. We can't have that. So some speculate that there's a incentive to keep these vassal states down. Issued documents for felling in areas that have not been under the control of forestry for more than 20 years, but are part of the, oh my God, Hutsul China National Nature Park. They sold the cut wood to the population and appropriated the money. During the years of felling, ecological damage reached almost 250 million hyenas. So, excellent job. Anti-corruption. This is the kind of stuff I talked about it before. I want to see anti-corruption news like every month. You know, Zelensky needs to be showing the world we're doing things differently in Ukraine. Big thing that Zelensky needs to do is LGBTQ rights. Right, we need to be getting that done immediately. We're getting there. But I think that's a big hurdle that needs to be fixed. Another win here for anti-corruption. During the audit, the Ministry of Defense discovered violations of more than 10 billion hyenas. Oh my God. Sorry. Hervanas? I'm sorry. I'm not going to get away with being cute and saying this in the wrong way, am I? No, I'm not. Okay, hold on. Arivnia. Okay. Arivnias. During the internal audit conducted by the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, inefficient management decisions and risks in the management of assets totaling more than 10 billion hryvnias were found in the department. Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Yuri DLive, told about this in an interview with Ukrainiform. According to him, the work of the audit is aimed at preventing violations, and it was possible to organize certain refunds and elimination of the majority of these violations directly during internal audit. So that's great. Great news. Like I said, more anti-corruption, more anti-corruption. I mean, it's a win-win. It's good PR. The West likes it. You know, helps with the aid, helps justify that aid. And you're saving money. That should be going right back in the military. And that leads me to my final little corruption story here. What the fuck? They're doing some kind of fucking telethon. They're dumping all kinds of money into some propaganda network. Every penny should be going to the goddamn front line. But this guy's worried about propaganda, pro-Ukrainian propaganda. And Chemgoblin, the way Chemgoblin talks about it, it's insufferable. Basically full denialism about the reality of the frontline situation in Ukraine, and this guy wants to perpetuate it. Shimyal called it inappropriate to redirect funds from the telethon to the armed forces. Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shimyal, responded to the petition regarding the redirection of funds allocated for the Yedny Noviny telethon and the Freedom TV channel. I mean, come on, right there, right? To finance the purchase of drones and pickup trucks for the needs of the armed forces, stated that this is impractical. It says literally. It's a translation. I'm pretty sure that means quote. Quote, since the provision of information security is part of the state policy, that, okay, blah, 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 blah. That's his fucking justification. Since the provision of information security is part of the state policy in the field of national security and defense, and the implementation of a unified information policy is a priority issue of national security. No, you see what he's basically saying? Propaganda is too important. We need to keep lying to our Ukrainian people. And like, I get it, morale. It's like you don't want a channel that's like, oh, we're gonna lose. Oh, you know, give up hope. The end is nigh. Like I get that. You don't want to have Russia TV, in your country. I get that. But there seems to be a disconnect, and Chemgoblin's talked about this. People don't really feel that the emergency at the front lines. They're not feeling that. It's not being reflected in it. The administration is still kind of drunk off of that, how popular they were, and they're trying to keep that going. Instead of, telling their people, hey, we're in big shit. The Republicans in the United States are fucking us over big time, and we need you more than ever. The fact that Ukraine is not in a total war stance is shocking to me. I'm sorry to say it, draft needs to happen. A fucking entertainment and rationing and all of this needs to, all these resources and all these effort needs to go to the frontline fight. It's this fantasy that they're going to be able to just keep things rolling the way they are, and Uncle Sam's going to make up the difference eventually. No, that's not true. That's a fucking lie. Ukrainians absolutely don't want to give up Crimea. I showed polls just two or 3 weeks ago. Crimea is absolutely still on the table. That's not fucking true. Ukrainians absolutely don't want Russia to take the Donbass. They don't see it as a futile war. They see it as a war of existence. It's an existential battle for Ukrainians. Because what are the Russians saying? What are Russian government officials saying? We're gonna like rename Kyiv. We're gonna force every Ukrainian to learn Russian. We're gonna force Russian citizenship on every Ukrainian. So that's a bunch of fucking hogwash. Take that shit to the fucking trash. The financing of relevant measures is an important component to countering the military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, in particular in the information space, yada, yada, yada. We would really like to spend money that should be going into ammo and equipment on propaganda so that we don't have to, govern? It's easier to propagandize than it is to govern, isn't it? Talk about using NATO troops to secure Ukrainian territory and use any Russian assaults upon them as a reason to enter open conflict. Macron didn't say that second part. And I think he was just trying to be hyperbolic, knowing full well that there was not a chance in hell for that to be happening. But I think it was like a, an opportunity to say something a little ridiculous, but he knows it's not going to go anywhere. Makes him look tough. Hey, Lost, is the Russian invasion of Ukraine justified? Did he say it was for training only? I don't know what he said specifically, but it was kind of like out of his norm because like we've been up until then, it was a whole lot of language of, oh, gee, guys, maybe we should get along. Then he had a couple phone calls with Putin. Oh, it isn't justified. Is Crimea Ukrainian? Lost? Now, if I recall correctly, Crimea was given to Ukraine in a negotiation, signed documents and everything. Lost, why do you assume that Boris Johnson... Wow, what the fuck? Why do you assume that Boris Johnson... What is this, Nazi thing? It's a Nazi thing, isn't it? Sorry, Lost. Why do you assume Boris Johnson or Joe Biden are in charge of Ukraine? Sorry, I'll give this guy a ban. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what the fuck this is. Stupidity is what this is. But why are you assuming, that Joe Biden can snap his fingers and then peace negotiations will start? Welcome back, Rob. So we're not going to listen to this whole thing because it's about 1 minute of substance and then 6 minutes of hypocrisy. Yeah, of course, Cam Goblin. Lost. Did you not hear my question? Are you deaf all of a sudden? Did you go selectively deaf? Do I need to repeat my question? Yeah, you actually have to answer questions when the host asks you them in this chat. You don't get to weasel around them and move goalposts and gaslight and hop around a bunch of different things. You throw out a bunch of talking points to try to confuse everybody. So going back to the question, is Crimea Ukrainian? Yeah, Rob. So anyway, this video is disgusting, but I bet Lost will get a kick out of it. Okay. So you don't assume that U.S. controls Ukraine, but you make ridiculous statements like Boris Johnson and Joe Biden need to, let me see, what exactly did you say? Boris Johnson and Biden's policy of refusing to negotiate is not justified. Negotiate with who? With Putin? What would they be negotiating? Oh, you can take this part of Ukraine, you can take that part of Ukraine. So wait a minute, Lost. It seems to me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're just kind of blabbing. Because you say one thing and then you get called out for it and you're like, oh no, I didn't really say that. Is that what I'm seeing here? That's the shitty thing about text, isn't it? Because when you're talking, it's like, oh, I don't quite remember what you said. Maybe you said it differently. It's easier to gaslight. But when you're typing shit down, right, we have a record, we have a log of exactly what you said. And you said, but Boris Johnson and Biden's policy of refusing to negotiate. What would they be negotiating with? Oh, you can have Crimea. That's okay. Is it theirs to give away? Well, thank you, Lost. Thank you for admitting that. Now, let me ask you my final question before I just ignore you for the rest of the stream. If this whole situation was somehow the United States, right, and Crimea was part of the United States, and this was maybe China or Mexico or Canada doing the same exact thing that Russia is doing to Ukraine, would the United States be okay with some third party negotiating Crimea away for it if it was losing a conflict? You know, you see what I mean? If we apply this same standard to any other country, would it be okay? Would it be understandable? Because the way that you grifters talk about defeatism, it's like common sense. Oh, we just need to negotiate. What does that entail? That entails giving Putin the Donbass. That entails giving Putin Crimea. That entails giving Putin breathing room for another invasion into Kyiv. But you don't mention that part, do you? You fucking defeatist. The fuck out of my chat. Fuck out of my chat. Really? So that's all they need to do, huh? So that's what's going to stop Putin's war machine. A promise on a piece of paper. Huh? Last time I checked, it was a promise on a piece of paper that told Ukraine, hey, give up your nuclear weapons. We promise we will never invade you. We will never use that political leverage against you. Hey, it's just Crimea. Actually, Crimea was historically part of Russia, and the document wasn't real, and we take backsies. But so seems to me like Russia doesn't have a lot of respect for promises made on paper. But no, all of a sudden, guys, oh, well, Ukraine says they're not going to join NATO. Okay, we'll stop now. You guys are fucking geniuses. Money? No. Have I received funding? No. Do they want to give me money? Hello. What's up, baby? News Underground. Give me some money. Boy, that'd make my wife happy. Did I block him? No, I didn't block him. He's just bitch made. All right, so back to the article here. I'm showing this because if the West doesn't want to be called hypocrites by some of the worst motherfuckers on planet Earth, then they should stop acting like giant fucking hypocrites when it comes to Iran and Gaza. What was the deal? You don't know that Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons under the promise that Russia was never going to invade it? That's news to you? Well, congratulations, man. I mean, yeah, look that up. That must be a real shocker to you. But no, spoiler alert, Putin does not respect treaties. He does not respect promises on paper. You know what Putin respects? Power. That's what Putin respects. But no, you know what? Okay, I'm not even going to show this. He got so many Russian defenders in here. I'm not even going to. Okay, no, I'm going to be honest here. Okay, I got to show this. But look, so this is Russia decrying the display of hypocrisy that the United States is showing. And I can't help but agree with this horrible person on that fact. Now, like I said, we're going to show the first minute because he gets to the point in the first minute. And then the rest of it is literally him making obscene, hypocritical statements about how, Russia wouldn't do this and Russia wouldn't do that. Russia's, a friend of the people, a friend of democracy. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. Oh, Russia's just the greatest kind of shit. It's hilarious, right? So they're shitting on the hypocrisy of the West while being raging hypocrites themselves. But, I long for a day where the West and the Western unity, the whatever that is, doesn't stand bold-faced hypocritically trying to tell the world how to act, while it does the exact opposite. And that allows bad actors like this person here from Russia to to say something that, I don't like to hear, but is technically correct.
Madam President, we listened very closely to the statement made by the Secretary General. We also noted, Secretary General, the fact that yesterday you instantly publicly reacted and condemned the actions of Iran. It is regrettable that, unlike the meeting today, you did not propose to brief the Council on the 2nd of April, where, upon Russian initiative, an emergency briefing was called to discuss the Israeli strike against the consular premises in Damascus. We would like to also see a greater activity on your part so as to convey to members of the Council information on other, no less turbulent topics for the Middle East today. For example, about the now regular attacks by Israel against neighboring Syria. And
I don't know if people are using Twitch, but they're spelling it. Is that correctly? Twitch? Is it like sandwich? Whatever. What, as long as there's the throne that which currently the USA sits, there can be no real international equality in unity in America. Okay, I mean, I don't disagree with you, Herman, because I talk about this quite a bit, that the hypocrisy of the West makes it impossible for the West to, to have any kind of legitimacy when it's actually trying to help. I mean, even with the Ukrainian aid, they're not helping Ukraine because the United States loves democracy. They're helping Ukraine because it's a great, cheap, and easy way to to push against Russia, who is connected with China, who are some of the biggest elements pushing against Western dominance. So it has nothing to do. I mean, that's why we're letting all these countries rot away in the coup belt in Africa. I guess El Salvador kind of figured itself out temporarily. It's going to be turning into a fucking authoritarian hellhole before you know it. Give El Salvador a couple more years of that police state. We'll see how that goes. No, that's going to be the good one, guys. El Salvador is going to be the good police state. You're going to see it. But yeah, Herman, your previous point there, I don't disagree. It makes it really difficult for the West to have any legitimacy in what it's saying when it's a fucking hypocrite in every action that it takes. So I'm on the left, but I'm one of these rare lefties, I guess, that's capable of admitting that the military, it's like, it was so weird at the start of the Ukrainian war, like Vosh and that other fella, doing the NAFO memes and like, basically coming right to the defense and cheering on the military-industrial complex without any criticism, without any critique whatsoever. And it's like, well, guys, a little bit more complicated than that. We shouldn't just be cheerleading NATO here, even if it was proven retroactively correct by the insane actions of Putin. We can't just sit here and let NATO get off the hook. We can't just let the military-industrial complex off the hook. We're really just going to buy this tripe that we're there to protect democracy. So but it's really hard to do that because then I have no friends. See, I disagree with literally everybody now, right? Like if David Pakman was to have me on his show, it'd probably be like 50% arguing about his Elizabeth Warren nonsense. You're like, oh, that's old news. That's old news. I don't know. Bernie would have won, man. Everybody's wrong about something. True. How long could the war in Ukraine last? Well, Ukraine, this idea that Ukraine is just going to fold is ridiculous. Ukraine can stretch this out for several more years. At the current pace, if Mike Johnson and Donald Trump win and Putin is given the thumbs up, you can go ahead and fuck up Ukraine all you want. We're not going to help him announce by Donald Trump, which he might not do. He might see Ukraine as a big slam dunk for him, and he might double down on Ukraine once he gets into office. You never know. But no, even if that were the case, where everything was completely cut off, Ukraine would have several more years of fight left in it before Kyiv was truly being challenged and Zelensky had to make a hard decision about surrendering. Because I don't think Zelensky's gonna. I don't think anybody's gonna be fighting to the last man. Zelensky, yeah. So Zelensky here pointing out that the Tripol, I know I'm not saying that correctly. TPP was destroyed because it ran out of anti-aircraft missiles. So he's isn't it great? It must feel great to be Zelensky, right? You're getting starved of ammo, you're getting starved of of support, and people are now criticizing you for losing. When it's like, hey bitch, I just need ammo for my fucking guns. President Vladimir Zelensky said that the Russians managed to destroy the Tripol TPP because Ukraine had completely run out of missiles on the air defense systems that protected the plant, against the background of a lack of help from allies. Yes, Herman, I actually do. Yeah, but I'm sure it's from a source that you would. I think I see what you're getting at. No, Ukraine is not in real trouble from like a sweeping invasion. But Ukraine is absolutely losing ground. It's on the back foot. It's on the defense. And no, but there's no rapid pushback of Ukrainian forces. I don't see any evidence of that. Yeah, Ace. It's shocking to me that I was reporting on them doing that like 3 months ago. They it's like, what, you serious? Yeah, EU is kicking in more. Good to see. Figured I'd show you guys a little red meat here. Ukrainian drones blow up Russian missile factory 190 miles from the front line. Impressive stuff. Like potential collapse. I don't see that at the moment. And I do follow the news on the ground. Military people giving military analysis of the situation. And no, I don't. That's not on the cards yet. Or anytime soon. And we might have the EU to thank for that, quite frankly. I don't even want to imagine the situation the Ukrainian military would be in without the EU. Air base in Crimea. Excellent, Davey. Excellent news. Great. Good to hear. Excellent. Oops.
Горим.
I love how they're trying to shoot this thing down with an AK. Bunch of Annie Oakleys over here.
Пиздец.
Ебал. There it goes.
Это что, самолет?
Another Cessna. Yeah. Oh, this thing Shahed drone. Oh, it's a Shahed drone. I thought it was so funny when they used that Cessna. No, there it is. There's the Cessna. Ooh, shit. Hey, Noral, what the fuck is your icon? You want to tell me what the fuck that icon is? Yeah, we get it, Dr. Jeff. You're a defeatist and you want to lick Putin's boots. We get it, man. You're not clever or funny. But I'll just give you a... Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just give you a timeout. I don't know. I don't understand how right-wingers are taking pride in defeatism. It's so bizarre, right? They were talking such big shit, such big talker guys. Okay, normal. Okay, I'm seeing the Warhammer stuff. I'm sorry. We got a lot of crypto fascists, think they're clever. So I always got to ask. I got to make sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, now that we have some viewers here, this is a good time to show this philosophy video that I saw from Eternalized, this channel called Eternalized. And the reason why I'm showing this is because, quite frankly, I see a lot of right-wingers do this intentionally or unintentionally. But they, you'll see what I mean once we see the video here. But I think a lot of right-wingers kind of become dumb after ingesting so much misinformation that they think they become experts. But I guess you could say this about the left as well. But honestly, I feel like this is more of a phenomenon I've seen on the right. You tell me what you think once we watch it here. Refresh, sorry.
Philosophy is to be understood as experience. It has to be felt rather than thought. Life before books. And when one reads, one should go to the authors themselves rather than commentaries. Schopenhauer writes, "When we read, another person thinks for us. We merely repeat his mental process. So it comes about that if anyone spends almost a whole day in reading, he gradually loses the capacity for thinking. Such is the case with very many scholars. They have read themselves stupid." Experience of the world may be looked upon as a kind of text, to which reflection and knowledge form the commentary. When there's a great deal of reflection and intellectual knowledge, and very little experience, the result is like those books which have on each page 2 lines of text to 40 lines of commentary.
So I think that's what we're seeing amongst the right. Is this, you know, they're getting all this information, but they're not touching grass, right? They're not actually going out there. They're not living these lives. They're living pathetic, lonely, isolated lives, and they have a completely skewed idea of the world. Whereas lefties, I feel like at the very least we get out of the house sometimes. We try to experience things. Of course, there's the hardliners, there's the extremists that you're never going to change. But I feel like amongst conservatives, this is really more of a thing. But you tell me. By the way, heavily recommend you guys check out this channel, Eternalized, if you're into... Oh, thank you for that follow. Noral Imperiata? I'm sorry. I'm butchering your Warhammer 40k name. You might want to click unfollow as well, because I support the Tau. I'm sorry, I'm a Tau guy. I like it's the only even remotely democratic empire. Look, if I had to pick an empire to fight for, it'd be for the Tau. I'm sorry. All you Warhammer guys hate me. You Warhammer guys hate me. Nora Imeratora. I got a book about socialism as a present, by the way. It's great. The box you can put me in is Democratic Socialist, so go ahead and follow this channel, by the way, folks. Get your ass on that. All right, moving on to our light topic of the day, Gaza. Gonna keep it light, gonna keep it chill, guys. I know I keep making that joke, but it really, my streams feel very heavy lately. Actually, this is really more Israel, Iran. Name is How Socialism Works. 64 pages and 1 sentence is written on every page. It doesn't. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a really stupid and simplistic way of thinking. You do realize in your everyday life, I assume you're American because you have such a ridiculous view of socialism. You do realize in your everyday life you're utilizing socialist systems every single day, right? Right. So the cops, education, the roads, your transportation systems rely pretty heavily on socialist style systems. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Really appreciate it, buddy. There we go. We're just going to go ahead and finish this. One thing I don't really like is when conservatives come into your chat and just wrong, disagree, just total contrarianism. It's weird. They do this in other leftist chats as well, where they're trying to convert people to the right-wing cause in your chat while you're talking about how terrible their policies and ideas are. Yeah, trains are commonly used in the United States. Absolutely. Of course they are. What are we talking about? So I just think that's funny. All socialism bad, except socialism is a major part of your life and has actually made your life demonstrably better in a myriad of ways. That doesn't matter. You heard Rush Limbaugh. You heard somebody who was quoting Rush Limbaugh from fucking 30 fucking years ago. You chortle to yourself as your fucking city, town crumbles around you. Yeah. Anarcho-capitalism, that's going to fix your shitty fucking life. Oh, broken toilet seat. It's easy to prove the right wing wrong when you're using fake news, buddy. And guess what? I get to classify what is and isn't fake news, so I win every argument. I've found the hack. I found the loophole. I found the trick. All I need to do is deny the legitimacy of any piece of information that you present to me. That makes me correct. No, broken toilet. Come on. I'm open-minded. I just refuse to accept anything that isn't from a right-wing news source. And even if it is from a right-wing news source, if it's saying something I don't agree, it's wrong. Don't you get that, broken toilet seat? I'm so shocked. Fortunately, it's often more expensive to travel on a train than it is to drive by plane ticket. Well, yeah, but logistics, right? Goods and services. That's right. Republican in name only. That's what I say about Republicans that think gay people are human. Oh my God. All right. I don't want to. Okay, folks. If you're just tuning in, we actually have a brand new segment coming up. It's going to be great. Trust me. It's Norman Finkelstein versus Piers Morgan versus Alan Dershowitz. Okay, the motherfucking fight of the century. All right, so we'll look forward to the BS showdown coming up in about 45 minutes once I get through the rest of this. Strong. No, I've been wanting to do this because it's such a ridiculous interview. What are you even talking about? Booty holes. Piers hosting this? Yes. World War II? No, booty holes. I like the philosophy segment. Thank you, Ponder Monkey. All right. Starting off our Israel-Iran coverage here, the latest. Iran president warns of massive response if Israel launches tiniest invasion. So it's basically a guarantee that Bibi's going to do something. But the question is, is he going to do something that Iran will be able to... It's funny, right? Is Israel going to do something that will appease the local population but not further incense, or will Israel just push it and say, yeah, I fucked with you, what are you going to do about it? Is that what he's saying? Chem Goblin? Who's saying that, Chem Goblin? But yeah, so is Iran saying we will respond? Is that what you're saying, Herman? Is Chem Goblin accurate in his description of what you're saying? Iran's president has warned that the tiniest invasion by Israel would bring a massive and harsh response as a region braces for potential Israeli retaliation after Iran's attack over the weekend. President Ibrahim Raisi spoke Wednesday at an annual army parade that was moved to a barracks north of the capital. Tehran, north of the capital, Tehran, from its usual venue on a highway in the city's southern outskirts. Oh, I see. Iranian authorities gave no explanation for its relocation. The state television didn't broadcast it live as it has in previous years. I see. So they're expecting it. So, hey, Herman, I asked you a direct question. Please answer it. Is Kem Goblin's description of what you said accurate? And if it isn't, please tell me how. Hey, Herman. Hey, over here, buddy. Answer the question, bud. Iran launches hundreds of missiles. Okay, yeah, that was just a recap of what we've already seen. Yada, yada. But we'll see. See. No, the fighting is engagement. Nothing helps the channel more than when people are fighting in the chat. That's just the unfortunate reality. Okay, Herman, so how can you please tell me how Kem Goblin's description of what you are saying, because he didn't frame that as a direct quote. Can you please explain to me how Kem Goblin is wrong? Israel to carry out limited strike within Iran, according to U.S. officials. So this is, we've been, it's funny, right? Because I've gone so long, like, hearing a U.S. official saying anything and being like, yeah, okay, whatever, Jan. I'll talk to you. Okay, all right, Jan. Right, whatever you say. But when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Israel, that nothing has been more accurate than U.S. intelligence. Saying it's okay for Russia to take Kharkiv because the Red Army took on the Nazis. I did not say that. There you go. Okay, so you disagree. You don't. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was not justified. Ukraine has a right to defend itself. Isn't that right, Herman? So this is interesting, though. So I know it's I24, it's extremely biased site. I've never considered that. All right. Thank you, Herman. That's all that I ask. Well, not all that I ask, but that's a big part of it. Thought police? No. It's the reality police. I'm not going to have motherfuckers denying reality in my chat. It's a privilege, not a right, to be in my chat. And you got to hold your own with facts and information that is accurate. Not a bunch of fucking feelings and bullshit. Well, that's not true at all. Just because there's a pro-Russian sentiment in Crimea does not mean that there's a pro-Russian sentiment throughout Ukraine. Shut the hell up, Herman. Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit. Fucking Nerdville over here. We got a nerd alert, dog. Goddamn Poindexter alert. Fucking Poindexter alert. So, I mean, I'm not going to bother reading into this, but it's just speculation. Hey, Herman, do the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves against the Israeli oppression that's been happening since the 1940s? Oh, thank you so much, Herman. I do appreciate that, trying to keep it real, trying to keep me in check. But what do you think about the Palestinians' right to resist oppression since the 1940s? Moving on to the next article, or video here. Israeli War Cabinet to discuss Iran's attack response. So I'm not gonna bother getting, because the reason why I'm not gonna bother, making you watch a 15-minute video analysis of this, because it's just, if it happens, it happens. And there's a pretty good chance that it's happening. So it's like, there's really no point in having like a tit for tat. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. It's like, well, what's the fucking point, right? But let's get a quick review here. Just quick couple minutes of this.
Is to meet for the third time in 3 days as it considers its response to Iran's first direct attack on the country.
I see, Davey. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, so Herman's just incredibly fucking wrong. But not a Putin dick sucker. I got you.
Israel's military has been showing what it says is part of an Iranian ballistic missile retrieved from the Dead Sea following the strike. It says Iran launched 110 ballistic missiles towards Israel at the weekend, in addition to drones and medium-range missiles. Now, most were shot down. Iran says its strike was in retaliation for what it says was Israel's attack on an Iranian consular building.
Yeah, Cam, I'm kind of getting that vibe too.
In Syria. Governments around the world are calling for both sides to show restraint, with Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi warning that any response by Israel would have extensive and painful consequences.
Yeah. So instead of listening to this guy in like, I don't know, the closet, his kids are like playing, you know, it's at his house. No, we don't need to do this because it's like I said, it's just like, well, there's a pretty high likelihood that it's going to happen. It all depends. It all depends on what Israel wants to do. I mean, could you imagine if Israel just like fires a missile into Iranian government building? It's on. You know, it's on. Or what, I mean, but on the other flip side, what if Iran attacks Hezbollah base in in one of Iran's proxy states, you know? No, Herman, you're talking like you're speaking factually. That is totally factually not true. Kyiv is not a pro-Russian city. We'll go back, read Strader. Russia would claim being the operative term. I see. Okay, I didn't read that part either. Yeah, well, Russia would claim that, wouldn't they? What the fuck point are you trying to make? Russia claims a lot of shit. The fucking nonsense that comes out of Putin's mouth is legendary. So here's a video that I literally have to censor most of the way. You know, things are kind of calming down a little bit when it comes to Israel's ability to justify the violence, you know, that it's perpetrating on the Palestinian people. Yeah, I know, broken toilet. I'm not, you know, pretty sure we're going to say goodbye to Herman here in a minute. Okay. So, real quick. Be cheap at chat. So I literally can't show you this next video here because it is the first frame of the video shows dead children on the floor. Like I said before, you know, the justification for all this violence against civilians is kind of calming down right at the moment where Bibi Netanyahu needs it at a fervor. So this is, to me, Jesus. No, I'm getting tripped up. But for me, this is clearly what Bibi Netanyahu is trying to do here with this attack, intentionally attacking children that are playing. Is I think what he is hoping to do is trigger a response from Hamas, which would then further allow him to escalate further. What's interesting about this? Okay. I know, Davey. I'm sorry. I apologize. Or you're talking to him over there. Sorry. Okay. Ignore the chat. We're going to ignore the chat for a minute. Okay. Ignore the chat. So what's interesting to me about this is that it's very calculated. Attacking only Palestinian civilians, but going after young Palestinians, clearly innocent Palestinians. Here's the thing. Western media is not going to talk about this atrocity. So we're dozens killed in multiple attacks, civilians killed. Look, I can
dead and dying.
So this the
side by side.
The first the blurred image you see in the center is a 10-year-old child breathing his last breath on the floor of the Al-Aqsa hospital. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe he'll survive, but it doesn't look like it. This is a, you know, it's a total atrocity. But no British person was killed, no Canadian person was killed. So let's go to bbc.com, not co. Come. Ah! Okay, sorry. I just hit the fucking. Okay. If we go to bbc.com, there'll be no report of this atrocity. None. Let's try to find it. Let's just do a quick. Oh God! Oh.
This is incredible.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to blur that. But if we go to BBC, if we go to CNN, there's no discussion of this atrocity. There's no discussion of this atrocity whatsoever. And Bibi Netanyahu knows that. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is that he knows that. Is that this will piss off the Palestinians. This will piss off Hamas. But he can get away with it. He can get away with it. So look, we go here. No report whatsoever of Gazan children being intentional. Yeah, we're going to be doing Owen Jones a little later. But no report whatsoever. So we got home. Let's go to news. Dubai, U.S. man, the Israeli hostage that was released, who's doing a media tour now and talking about how we got to kill. No, yep. Travis Cleese gets a new game show host. Travis Cleese. Clearly, Travis Cleese getting a game show host gig is more important than dozens of dead children intentionally killed by Israel. Myanmar, U.S. workers, Elon Musk, Lucy Rose, sports, Hugh fucking Grant, and Taylor fucking Swift. There you go. Front page of BBC. Bibi Netanyahu knows that. This was intentionally done to piss off Hamas, to piss off Palestinians, in the hopes that another attack will happen. That will of course make Rafah, going into Rafah, doing what he wants to do, easier. Welcome back, Leon.
The floor of Al-Aqsa Hospital in central Gaza. The majority of the victims of an attack on Maghazi refugee camp are children, believed to have been playing together when the strike happened.
Can't show you that.
Further north, in a densely populated area of Gaza City, Israeli fire struck again, this time hitting a vehicle carrying police officers.
So intentionally targeting children and police. Don't give me this. Oh, it was a mistake. They don't know who they don't know. They don't know. Don't give me that shit. And then they can hit a fucking Iranian general with a pinpoint missile. They know exactly where he is, exactly where he's going to be. They got the missile right there. But oh no, when it comes to Palestinian civilians, they don't know what they're doing. It's chaos. They're just killing everybody. They don't know. They're so innocent.
We received a report that there had been a targeting. We went there and found people torn to pieces.
Okay, so I can show you what he's holding here. He's holding a bloody stretcher.
Eyewitnesses say the targeting was carried out in 2 strikes. Those who survived the first strike were targeted in the second one.
The dead are loaded up, while any survivors are taken to hospital that can't cope.
We're operating with minimum capacity. We have received an unusually high number of injured people. We're limited in staff, so we've split the cases between Al Ali and Kamal Adwan hospitals.
More dead kids. It's literally just dead kids, kids dying, man. Fuck, kids covered in blood. I can't show you any of this. BBC doesn't even bother to fucking tell you.
Women and children continue to make up the vast majority of those killed in this war.
Children were playing and were taken by surprise with missiles falling on them. Nothing was happening, things were calm. The Arab countries are not taking our side. Look at this, you can see. These are not resistance fighters, it's a little child.
Besides an outpouring of grief, there is anger here. Anger that surely if the world saw what was happening, this horror would end. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, Rafah in southern Gaza.
If you're not sure what I was reacting to because I had to blur it, it was a mother yanking at the corpse of her dead daughter, begging for her to come back to life. Let's head on over to CNN. Well, maybe so the BBC isn't doing their job. CNN.com. I mean, that was horrific. That's news, right? That's news, isn't it? Head on over to CNN.com. Senate lets a criminal off. Great news. This stupid bitch fucking talking about cats. I watched part of this stupid puff piece. Katy Perry, Hawaii. 18 injured by Hezbollah. So 18 injured by Hezbollah. Front page news. Dozens of children killed by Israel. Killed. Fucking nowhere. Fucking nowhere. And Bibi Netanyahu knows this.
Housemate Lucy the cat decided to come play. But when Lucy knocked her coat off the hook, Remy went bonkers.
Front page. Front fucking
Those
page.
immortal words escaped the lips of cat owner Julia Amadei's boyfriend, Nick.
Moving on to the next article here. Criticism, legitimate criticism for the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, and that I agree with. And, you know, the European Parliament here demands Palestinian Authority removes anti-Semitism from curriculum. Yeah. Stop with this. Stop with this. Stop giving Bibi Netanyahu everything that he fucking wants. Right, so that when we show a picture of a beautiful classroom filled with children, bad actors that are defending Israeli violence can say, "Oh yeah, well didn't you know it's part of their official curriculum to hate Jewish people?" And he's not, and that person's not wrong. Do they demand that from it? No, they don't. So there's hypocrisy there. But why make that job so easy? Why make that job so easy? Why teach children how to hate? You know, there's a way to tell kids, you know, you're under attack, that you're being oppressed, but there's no need to start the process of soldier-style dehumanization at such a young age. And really, when you're doing that, when you're engaging in teaching children how to dehumanize, what you are doing is you are contributing to, a military effort. So yeah, the Palestinian Authority needs to cut this shit out, because no, it's a fact. Some of it's pretty fucking heinous in there. I'm just sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of Muslims and Arabs and Muslims falling right into the hands of Bibi Netanyahu. Doing, you know, narrative-wise, doing exactly what would help him and his aims. But like I said, I'm not saying you have to teach these kids that it's all sun and rainbows, and you know that they have eyeballs. Right? The children that live in Gaza understand that they live in an open-air prison. Okay, so there's a way to teach kids. Yeah, this is the problem that we have, and this is what we're up against, and we can do that without dehumanization. Now, anti-Zionism. Right. I'm not saying you have to teach kids to be anti-Zionist, but there's no reason why we need to be kid gloves about the history of Zionism either. But anti-Semitism, right? Hate them because they're Jewish. That shit's got to go. and it won't. It's seemingly the only entity more hard-headed than the Israelis are the Palestinians. The Palestinians running whatever government is left. How many decades of the rocket strategy have we had? How many decades of that rocket strategy perfectly feeding into the paranoia and paranoia narrative from Israel? They want to destroy you. They want to destroy you. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll destroy you the moment they get a chance. Then you just go ahead and reinforce that false belief. Moving on to our next thing. This is really something. And, Owen Jones here having kind of a personal moment. And I really, really feel him on this. Real respect's real, and I really respect Owen here for keeping it 100%. Talking about how it's more important to be moral than it is to have a successful career. It's more important to stand up against murder than it is to have a media career or a political career or whatever. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. And, you don't... Good luck getting this kind of truth out of, 90% of political punditry out there. There's some real motherfuckers out there that would keep it real if you were to ask them this. But majority of people that are in the mainstream, Jon Stewart, yada, yada, there's a certain line that they got to toe, certain lines that they can't cross, or else they lose their career. They lose their image.
For me, on Gaza, that is such a clarifying moment, which has changed me forever, because I
That's my impression.
I cannot believe what I've seen in terms of how the world cannot be screaming at the top of its lungs against this crime.
Cargo.
And watching people not only fail to do so, but render themselves complicit has changed the way I look at the world. But they crossed the red line over Gaza. They crossed the red line, which, in my view, is unforgivable. I'll never forgive them. And that's why I think I'm more committed and unwavering in my politics, because I think over Gaza, when you have moral clarity, that gives you a toughness.
And I was having this kind of moment with Ukraine when I was seeing some of my leftist heroes defend Russia's invasion, carry water, gaslight him and Hall, and make excuses and dodge questions and it's like it was so clear to me, so clear, and yet they're trying to muddy it and make it was like a black light in a hotel room, I think was the analogy I've used. It was like all of a sudden I could see it. And Woke Patriot is correct. Hey, one person saying something you disagree with doesn't mean you should write off their entire academic career. I still agree with that when it comes to characters like Noam Chomsky. With that said, that basically means I need to do my own reading. I can no longer trust the popular consensus that Noam Chomsky is a pro-peace academic. Here he is. Here he comes out, in defense of Russia. Not directly in his own little, 14-paragraph way. But no, this, and then, of course, I was always very clear on where I stood with Palestine. But yeah, just because, 30,000, 40,000 civilians later, we still got the usual characters. Oh, well, it's more complicated than you think it is. And well, it's actually justified if you frame it this way. And oh, I'm so sad about the civilians, but.
That's why I think I'm more committed and unwavering in my politics, because I think over Gaza, when you have moral clarity, that gives you a toughness, because you think to yourself, it doesn't matter how much you get attacked.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter how much insults and abuse you get. You're right on this. Some things are not black and white. But when you have moral clarity on something, in my view, which is mass murder, then it stops you from thinking to yourself, well, these doubts are gnawing at me. And I don't have any doubts. And if I destroy my career, then I don't care, because I know this is the right thing to do. That's the point. That's the point.
Do you see what I'm saying? You know, that moral clarity is important. And this, you know, I'm always talking about the moral high ground and how important that is. Because if we don't have the moral high ground, how are we really supposed to tell people how to live their lives as leftists, as political activists? Right? How do we know getting out there and marching for something is really the right thing? Maybe single-payer healthcare isn't the right way. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. No, you got to have moral clarity on this. Yeah, no. Helping people, regardless of their financial status, is the morally correct thing to do. So you have moral certainty about what you're saying and why you're standing up for this. I agree with Woke Patriot on Ye Law. I'm getting kind of sick of Ye Law as well over here. I think it's about time for Ye Law to take a fucking little break. So this Irish senator has the balls to say shit that even I sometimes have a hard time saying. Because it's so easy to twist these words into, oh, you're defending Hamas. You're defending Hamas. Oh, you're a member of Hamas. That's right. That's what you're saying. You're saying it's okay for Hamas to do October 7th. Isn't that what you're saying? And of course, no, it's not. But that doesn't matter, does it? It's the classic, do you beat your wife question? Same shit after 9/11 with the goddamn "Are you a patriot?" nonsense. Brown people from Arab countries aren't human. What are you talking about? I thought you were a patriot. Goodbye, career. But this Irish senator here saying some of the shit that honestly, you know, is really hard to say. And she says it in a way it's hard to argue with. Have a listen.
And the last couple of months have been, I mean, I've listened to Amos talk about being insulted and offended. The last 3 months have seen the brutal murder of nearly 30,000 innocent civilians and children as a byproduct of the Israeli IDF trying to get to the terrorists. That I absolutely understand why they would need to get to the route and to try.
Clutch Cargo, it's just like Owen said. Yes, of course there are things that are not black and white, but there are things that are black and white. And you know what's black and white? Being against mass murder, being against people dying in the streets because they couldn't get health care. So no, you don't. That's exactly what the bad actors and grifters want you to do. Clutch Cargo. Oh, gee, I don't know. I don't know what's real anymore. I don't know what's right and wrong. Maybe the libertarians are correct, and we all should just pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and we all need to pay our bills, no matter how egregious and exploitative it is. So no, there are certain things we need as a leftist political movement. We need to have moral certainty on. Because the gaslighters are so effective. Look at how effective. I literally talked about mass murder and single-payer healthcare, and you're like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't want to be. It scares me when you talk about certainty. If you're not 100% certain that helping sick people and not killing people is morally correct, then I don't know what the fuck to say, man. Yeah, Clutch Cargo, you can actually be against murder, but also still understand, you know, that World War II is not an excuse to fucking kill because German citizens were killed. A lot of those German citizens that were killed were not Nazis. They certainly weren't Nazis by the end of it. But I see what you're saying, though. But that you're thinking too literally. You're thinking too literally, because yeah, being against mass murder is wrong. Is right. I mean, you know, mass murder is wrong, even in the context of World War II. But in the context of World War II, we were fighting against an entity that would have murdered more had we not murdered them. But no, of course, I'm for invading Berlin. Not exactly for the Dresden bombings. I'm not really for the nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'm not saying every mass murder event that happened in World War II is fully justified. All right. You know what? You're getting a 10-minute. You're annoying. You're getting a 10-minute. Let's start this over. By the way, mass murder is wrong. Even though World War II happened, mass murder is actually wrong. Crazy. It's okay for you to have moral certainty on that. Just if well, I mean, not all mass murder is wrong, right? World War II. No, it's actually, that was actually wrong. It's okay for us to apologize for mass murder, even though we were doing it in a greater effort to defeat fascism. It's so interesting to me. The gaslighters have done such a good job to people's brains. You know what I mean? People's brains are scrambled, man. I get it, though. That World War II does complicate things. Good wars do complicate moral certainty. I get it.
And the last couple of months have been, I mean, I've listened to Amos talk about being insulted and offended. The last 3 months have seen the brutal murder of nearly 30,000 innocent civilians and children as a byproduct of the Israeli IDF trying to get to the terrorists. I absolutely understand why they would need to get to the root and to try and wipe them out. But the disregard of innocent women and children and men in that pursuit is absolutely breathtaking. I think my blood is nearly boiling listening to the justification of Amos. Like, insulted. Get over yourself with your insult. 30,000 people, innocent people, are killed in the last number of months in Israel.
It's shocking. It's shocking how Israel, continues to play the victim, and they'll murder dozens of children, and can you believe how bad things are for us? And yeah, that does make my blood boil.
Israel's pursuit to get to a small number of Hamas terrorists, and you've no regret. There's no
regret. No, there isn't. She's right. When's the last time you heard any of these? Because they say, it's regrettable. Oh, it's so regrettable. They say with a stone face, without a hint of emotion. Very regrettable. No doubt about it. Yeah, tens of thousands of kids dead. Yeah. We a 10,000 pound bomb went right through their nursery. Exploded. The child exploded into literal pieces. Oh, I'm so sad.
Of Hamas terrorists, and you've no regret. You've no sympathy towards the people that you've killed. It's nearly like they get in the way. Yeah. And your justification is that Hamas actually used them as a human shield and put them in the way. So that's nearly tough luck.
That's tough luck.
It's appalling, and we are appalled.
Well, how would you fight this war if you face an...
So that's a big part of the lie too. How would you fight? There's no other way. There's no other way to do it. And actually, no. The way that you're doing it is a way to guarantee a lifetime of terrorism. Blowback for decades. A never-ending fountain of blowback. That's what and he acts like it's the only way. It's the only way. It's the only way. It's a big part of the lie. And if you notice, when it comes to defenders of Israeli actions, the only reality is the one that they've created, the one that they've set up. That is that they don't budge on that, because the moment they start budging away, they start accepting reality, coming from all these different observations, the whole edifice cracks and falls down. The only reality is the one perpetuated by Israel. That is the only acceptable one. And if you deny it, you're anti-Jewish. That's essential. That's essential to this decades-long effort.
How would you fight this war if you face an enemy that is aiming a missile at your own child? And that enemy is hiding behind its own population? How would you fight it? Tell me what the method is.
Certainly not in the way that Israel have done for the last 4 months.
Method.
Certainly not in the way that you have done.
That's the problem. And in fact, this method of fighting the enemy, even if the enemy is hiding behind the population, is legal as far as the laws of war is concerned.
No, it isn't. No, it actually isn't, dog. So isn't it funny? When the international legal consensus is against Israel, it's illegitimate. It's you downplay. But if there's an international body that agrees with Israel, we prop that up. We represent that. Thank you for that follow. Niebler?
That's actually even worse.
Yes,
That's
you
even
don't know
worse.
the laws of war.
Yeah, that's even worse though, right? Because he's saying, "Oh, it's actually fully justified and legal, and it's totally okay." And
as far as the laws of war is concerned,
That's actually even worse.
yes,
That's
you
even
don't
worse.
know the laws of war, then look them up.
Yeah, look them up. It's all legal and justified. Didn't you know? Ghoulish. I'm still pretty certain that Israel is going to get everything that it wants out of this. Look back, Al Rakabi. Yeah, Chem Goblin. Totally. Yeah, Memento. Yeah, yeah, I didn't even think of that, but that's a great point. That's a great fucking point. We got to unify that Ireland. Once talked to an Israeli defender. I gave him an analogy. Would you say a cop is morally justified to shoot through 20 children to hit a terrorist? He said yes. Of course he said yes. You should have said Israeli children. Oh, no. You know, it's unfortunate. We taught, I was criticizing the Palestinian Authority for teaching children to be anti-Semitic at a very young age. Exact same thing is happening in Israel. I think Chem Goblin was saying, well, don't they do the same thing? And yes, they do. I mean, from right from the jump, Israeli citizens are taught to be afraid of the Palestinian, to be afraid of the Arab.
The murders of Palestinians.
So this is an interesting statement here from LBC. This person, it could be making it up, but this person claims he lives in Israel, and this is his personal view of the current situation. Like I said, grain of salt, though. It's a call-in show to LBC. Anybody can call in, so anybody can lie. So grain of salt there. But I did find this interesting, and I wanted to play it for you.
The murders of Palestinians is seen as a day-to-day joyful activity for the IDF. Not a single soldier has ever been sentenced for prison and sat in prison for the murder of babies.
Yeah, so that I'm pretty sure that's true, and that this goes way back. There's this whole idea that the Israeli government and the IDF is going to hold itself accountable is as laughable as it sounds. There's no, I think a lot of people are like, well, is there some kind of like, is there some reason why people believe this? No, it's just absurdity. It's just lies. Of course they don't hold themselves accountable. Of course they let themselves get away with crimes. Of course they do. What happens when the cops in the United States hold themselves accountable? Oh, well, it turns out we did nothing wrong. Well, the video evidence was incorrect. The statements from the witnesses were incorrect. It turns out the lies that the officer was saying in the report were 100% true. And we're going to give ourselves a raise. Who knew? Crazy stuff, guys.
Never. Beyond that, for those who support Israel, please be mindful of the fact that when the starvation in Gaza is emanating from lack of supplies coming into the strip, the hostages are dying as well.
Yeah.
And the Israeli army, who killed 12 children and women in Kibbutz Be'eri and after that in the Gaza Strip, has not seen any problem with that. Not at all. This is where...
Yeah, this idea that the Israeli government gives a single fuck about the hostages is laughable. It's laughable. If they really cared about the hostages, they wouldn't be carpet bombing indiscriminately, using bombs that are, like, oh, we're trying to get into those tunnels. We're trying to get into those tunnels. The very tunnels that the hostages are being held in. They don't even care. They don't even care to like want us to show us proof of these tunnels. You would think they would want to go in there surgically and be like, yeah, look, dude, look, we're walking through miles and miles of tunnels, just like Vietnam. Look at all this crazy shit. Look, a whole fucking city down here. They haven't given us video one of these massive command control bunkers, underground cities. They haven't given us one bit of proof of that. You would think they'd want to, but they don't really need to, do they? It's just another lie. Throw it on the pile.
Israeli society is sitting today. I'm an Israeli. I was born in Kfar Aza, as you know, a kibbutz that was ransacked on the 7th of October. I hold very dim view of Israeli society who is still supporting the military effort to annihilate Palestinians. There is no reason or rhyme for the war to continue.
So, and just to be clear, Ruben, we see these massive demonstrations against Prime Minister Netanyahu, but what Israelis are not demonstrating against, and correct me if I'm wrong, and what Israeli society is largely behind is the war on Gaza, right?
Yeah, and this, you can't say this. Oh, you can't say that.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Lots of proof of this, though. The Israeli public want to see the Palestinians, maybe not all of them murdered, whatever, but they want a solution. They want to take over the whole thing, and they want to be done with it. They think they'll be done with it. Meanwhile, they also want to utilize cheap, Arab Muslim labor. So they still want to keep that going. They still want to have, impoverished Palestinians or ex-Palestinians washing their dishes or whatever the hell in a restaurant. But they still want to keep that gravy train going somehow. That's going to be cute. But no, and there is a pro-peace contingent in Israel. And that's, this guy, is claiming to be from that. But majority, the Democratic majority in Israel, it's unfortunate. They want to see Palestine erased. Blame the government, blame decades of education, blame Zionism, blame Judaism, whatever you want to blame. But the reality is what the reality is. And if you do a poll of Israeli citizens, they're like, yeah, well, hook or by crook. Because the usual justification you'll hear is, well, our existence is under attack. If we let the Palestinians exist, then that means we're always in danger. Of course, the obvious retort is, well, the reason why Palestinians don't like you is because of the crimes you've committed against them since the 40s. How dare you? You're an anti-Semite, yada, yada.
They're not demonstrating against him because of the war. They're demonstrating against him because he's allegedly corrupt and he allowed the security lapses to happen, etc., etc.
Precisely. There's no secret paper between them and him when it comes to the occupation of the war. More to the point, they're calling for the replacement of a prime minister, not for a change in direction in Israeli society.
What do you think Israeli society envisages the future settlement for the Palestinians of Gaza to look like?
They don't.
They don't. And that's stone cold reality. By hook or by crook, whatever it takes. If they would prefer not to have a lot of, murders happen, but if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. If Bibi Netanyahu drops a nuke on Rafah and kills over 1 million Palestinians, the Israeli citizens would not punish Bibi Netanyahu for that. Stone cold reality. Which I can even tell when my first were woke logic was repeating, fuck your animism, but I don't know how to behave better, sir. You're just, let's just, how about we just drop it? How about we just agree to disagree and we drop it? The main reason why I timed you out is that I was really hoping the conversation could veer back towards the subjects that I was talking about and not some stupid bullshit in the chat. So welcome back.
Hi guys, it's understandable.
This is absolutely hilarious. You got your boy Maximilian Robespierre over here, great content creator. You better be liking and subscribing. Yeah, Memento, exactly. If he is what he says, is a very interesting insight. I'm glad you agree. But make sure you're liking and subscribing to Maximilian Robespierre, folks. But David Cameron here left looking foolish following interview about Iran-Israel incident. They don't even know what to say anymore. This guy's supposed to be the smart one. This guy's supposed to be the brainiac, I guess. And man, he's just looking completely flat-footed over here because he has to pretend to give a shit about human rights while also full-throatedly defending Israel in every action that they do. And Bibi Netanyahu's happy to play this guy like a fucking fiddle. You think Bibi Netanyahu is going to come to this guy's political rescue if he ever needs it? Hey, woke patriot. I asked the guy to move on, and then you go ahead and fucking double dip in there. How about you just fucking knock it off? All right? Jesus. Give him a chance. Give him more rope, woke patriot. Give him more rope to hang himself.
Hi guys, it's under.
All right, okay, fine. If I didn't really read it, so I'm not even sure if he's being bigoted. That's why I'm confused. But let's just give him more rope to say something. Next time he says something bigoted, I will call it out. Okay, call it out.
Hi guys, it's understandable for a nation to back an ally, but when that friend breaks international law, the question has to be, where is the red line? Lord Cameron, the Foreign Secretary, was interviewed by Kay Burley on Sky News about Iran's response to the bombing of its embassy in Damascus by trying to talk around the reality of this. He ignored the point raised and responded by focusing on the Iranian response. But if Israel had not engaged first, we would not be seeing the latter. This point was either lost on or ignored by the Foreign Secretary.
Woke Patriot, let's just give him one more chance to be bigoted, and then I'll take it from there. Thank you.
Secretary, have a listen to this.
Is it bad judgment or good judgment to hit Iranian sovereign territory in Damascus?
Look, that's something the Israelis decided to do. We haven't made a... I know, well, I'll answer the question, which is, I can completely understand the frustration the Israelis feel when they look at the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and they look at the terrible things that they have done all over the world, including the support they give to Hamas. And, of course, Hamas were responsible for October the 7th.
So isn't that great? He's asked about, doesn't Iran get a chance to defend itself, even though it was directly and overtly attacked? And now we're talking about Hamas and all this other stuff. Now, to be fair, and Iran deserves this criticism, Iran is not exactly innocent when it comes to Hamas. Resources given to it from Hezbollah, yada, yada. With that said, it doesn't justify an assassination of a general at a consulate or whatever the hell, in a diplomatic area. So isn't that funny though? 5 seconds into the response.
Completely understand the frustration the Israelis feel when they look at the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and they look at the terrible things that they have done all over the world, including the support they give to Hamas. And, of course, Hamas were responsible for October the 7th, and that is where all of this begins. So you can completely understand the frustration.
Yeah, but what about Iran's frustration at part of its sovereign territory being flattened?
Well, I would argue there is a massive degree of difference between what Israel did in Damascus and, as I said, 301 weapons being launched by the state of Iran at the state of Israel. For the first time, a state-on-state attack. 101 ballistic missiles, 36 cruise missiles, 185 drones.
So yeah, they want us to basically go, yeah, we know we started it, but when they hit us back, they hit us back really hard, and it was scary, and it's really scary, and it's really bad. We know we started it, but they were really mean to us when they responded.
That is a degree of difference, and I think a reckless and dangerous thing for Iran to have done. And I think the whole world can see all these countries that have somehow wondered, well, what is the true nature?
The reporter's question up next is a fucking whiz bang. It's exactly the question that was on the tip of my tongue when I was watching this the first time.
Iran, it's there in black and white.
What would Britain do if a hostile nation flattened one of our consulates?
Well, we would take, we would
take action. We would respond vociferously. We would respond. We'd bomb the shit out of them. We'd fuck them up. We'd fuck them all up out there. They killed the general. World War III. Is what the fuck you would say. What would France, Germany, the United States, what would they do if the shoe was on the other foot? Oh well, we would stand down and we turn the other cheek, and we wouldn't want to make Daddy Israel mad.
Well, what is the true nature of Iran? It's there in black and white.
What would Britain do if a hostile nation flattened one of our consulates?
Well, we would take the very strong action.
And Iran would say that that's what they did?
Well, what they did, as I said, was a massive attack.
So they were right to respond, but they overreacted, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that the attack they carried out...
Can't say that! Oh, right to respond? Oh, how?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Dare you! Right to respond? Never! When Israel slaps you across the face, you say thank you and you hand them a plate of ammo.
Was on a very large scale, much bigger than people accept.
Right to respond.
Well, countries have a right to respond when they feel they've suffered an aggression. Of course they do. But look at the scale of that response. Had those weapons not been shot down...
0 dead. 0 died. 0 people died. The body count, Israel still has a higher body count in this one.
But they just overreacted.
There could have been thousands of casualties, including civilian casualties. I think that's a really important point.
I mean, imagine
to
all
take
the dead
into
people.
Account.
My God, he's supposed to be the clever one in the cabinet. So, sovereign territory has been destroyed, and he tried to get around the problem by, saying, well, yes, you have the right to respond, but you shouldn't respond in this way. They responded in the way that they saw fit. This is part of the problem here. And a part of the problem as well is that you have the British government, engaging in mental gymnastics to...
and Rishi Sunak would be like, I'm a wartime prime minister now. I'm a wartime. We're under attack. I'm Winston Churchill 2.0. Yeah, vote for me. Vote for me. Who are we kidding?
Defend what's considered illegal under international law. You're not supposed to attack embassies. Embassies get attacked. I'm not saying that they don't get attacked, and this is a precedent, but it's under international law. It's illegal to attack an embassy.
Greetings from south of Boston. It's the hardest motherfucker on Twitch. It's Lenny. Make sure you're liking and subscribing if you want to know what accidents are waiting to happen.com. Welcome back, ROB as well. ROB. Hey, Rob, do you still deny the legitimacy of the scientific method? Have you second thoughts on that one?
Now, another issue that wasn't brought up here, but was brought up in another part of the interview, is how the RAF were involved in defending Israel to a certain extent.
Maybe
they were helping the US, who were helping Israel at the time, to stop some of these weapons, which were eventually destroyed by the Iron Dome anyway. Now, there's a risk that RAF...
Thank you for coming back, Rob. I don't mean to... I'm going to continue to poke fun at you. Hey, it's Smash! God, everyone's here. Thank you, Smash, for coming. Do appreciate it.
Aircraft could have been hit. There's a risk that some of the pilots could have been killed. For what? To help Israel when Israel has attacked a piece of sovereign territory in Damascus. Israel should not have attacked that embassy. David Cameron knows this. He can't say it. He's sort of criticized, but he can't come out and say they shouldn't have done this.
It's really pathetic. It's actually really pathetic to see how Israel is twisting these so-called lefties into knots. And why? Why? You know what I mean? Why? What influence outside of some money does Israel really have over these politicians? Some votes, I guess. I guess it's the votes, right? Oh, you're an anti-Semite smear still has some weight when it comes to actual votes on the ground. Thank you for that follow, Yelaw. I certainly hope Woke Patriot is incorrect about his accusations against you. Thank you for that follow. What it was like here when you were mostly streaming games. This is what it was like. I had like one viewer. He never came back, by the way. That one viewer, I missed that guy. I wonder where I hope he's doing well. I hope he's incorrect too. Yeah, me too. The guy on the left in the UK is very much on the right. Well, I mean, no, but this is the Labour Party, dude. Memento. This is the Labour Party. This is the slop you got. I still got my mask. This guy isn't Tory. Is he Tory? Oh, Cameron is Tory? Okay. Okay. Well, that's okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Why did I think this guy? Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why you would be able to answer that. But no, I thought he was Labor. Shit. Okay. I'm sorry. He's the one who merged the parties together to steal a victory and like, okay. Okay. Well, thank you. This is why I need an intelligent chat to help me out. That's right. That's right. I mean, I from my perspective, like Tony Blair, was conservative. Oh, sometimes I do embarrass myself. Sometimes I'm totally cringeworthy and embarrassing. Thank you for that follow, Handio.
This was wrong, because then he'd have to admit it was wrong under an international law.
Yeah, because if he was Labor, he'd be talking about ceasefire. But he's Tory, he can't say that. He's walking a fine line. Especially in the Conservative Party in the United States and the UK, you're an anti-Semite smear definitely goes a lot farther than it does on the left. Okay.
Law, and then he'd have to say that Israel has broken international law. Now, it's also interesting that RAF aircraft were out there defending.
Thank you, iPlatinum and
Israel when Israel has the Iron Dome, at the same time as Russian rockets hit Ukraine. And there were casualties in Ukraine. Wouldn't it have made more sense for the RAF to be in Ukraine, defending Ukraine because Ukraine don't actually have an Iron Dome system, instead of defending Israel when Israel attacked the embassy in Damascus?
There's such cowards. This argument of escalation from Putin. Like Putin. Oh my God. What? My God, it happened. It happened, folks. Look at this. Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world, just sold a piece of merch. Congratulations. Whoever just bought that, whoever HA is, thank you for buying the Garbage Fuel merchandise. Garbage baseball cap. Garbage Fuel is made, of course, from 100% garbage juice from your local source dumpster. That's right, folks. You never know what you're going to get. Please drink Garbage Fuel today. Thank you, Al Rakabi, for buying a hat. Finally, showing Lenny a little, giving Lenny a break here. This guy's basically our Biden, though. Who are you talking about? It's got what garbage craves. But no, thank you very much, Al Rakabi, for purchasing that. And yeah, if you want the merch store, I think I put the link in the chat right there. Yep. We're going to do it one more time. David Cameron. Where's that? There we go. There it is. Buy my merch. All right. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the News Underground by buying that Garbage Fuel merch. Do appreciate that. All right, and thank you for that correction there. I don't know why I thought this guy. It's so hard to distinguish between the left and the right anymore with these dudes. But that's no excuse. Owen Jones here. He's basically talking about the same thing. So I'm not gonna bother showing this. We literally just went over the same interview. But you can bet Owen Jones was on top of it, talking some good shit. Hey, welcome back to Ice King of Space. Welcome back to the News Underground. Thank you, Ice King. Appreciate it, everybody. I know it's so quiet right now. There we go. Look at this, man. 1940s and 50s. Y'all nasty. Y'all nasty. Yeah, okay. All right, 1950s. Okay, so I'm going to be showing... Okay, no.
Do you not think that...
All right, there's some really great chunks from Cenk Uygur in this interview with Piers Morgan and fucking Joe Walsh and a IDF shill, a person who thinks Israel can do no wrong and murder is good, all that stuff. Joe Walsh over here towing this new line of, oh gee, maybe if the Israelis could maybe not be so violent, it might be able to get to some kind of ceasefire. Cenk Uygur over here, of course, calling it out. It was actually really good. Really, really good interview. Piers Morgan's totally useless as usual. Eating that long shot today. This is somebody's kink. It is. Somebody's kink, yo. Freaky ass 1950s dudes. No, not the same. Not that Joe Walsh. No. No, this Joe Walsh is the guy that famously yelled "You lie" at Barack Obama during the State of the Union speech. It's a good interview, but I don't have time for it. Really brought back Piers Morgan's career. It kind of did. Well, I mean, because, you know, all you need to do is just be like, well, I don't know, maybe it's not like Piers agrees with any of the people that support Palestine on his channel. He definitely still agrees with the right wingers that he has on his channel still. But just having them on the screen and letting them speak, you know, instead of talking over them like Sean Hannity would, is a breath of fresh air compared to what the usual right-wing garbage fuel is. He was on life support. Well, he got the goddamn boot, didn't he? Did he lie? Piers Morgan. I mean, what? Why did he get kicked off air? Was he Me Too'd? Did he grope somebody? I don't think he groped somebody. If he had any other content aside from tearing down the woke left, I mean, that was his main grift before he got kicked out. Yeah, I don't think he was Me Too'd. Joe Walsh paved the way for MTG, Boebert to yell at POTUS. Yeah, exactly. Lenny, yeah, exactly. A real piece of shit in his own right. But no, I wanted to show you this because, hey, this is, people that are much funnier than I am. And we need a little, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Best viewers, guys. You know, I might buy your services if you give me a free sample. I keep saying that, but no one takes me up on that. If I see my view count go to 150, then yeah, maybe I'll know who did that, huh? Those services really work, by the way. I experimented with them at the very, very start of my streaming career in 2019, just to see how effective that they are. They're super effective. You could go from a 1 viewer Andy to a 200 viewer, like, you know, on top of the world with chat activity and everything. Like that. Yeah, Rob, yeah. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. His news career ended because his paper hacked a load of dead people's phones. That's what it was. Thank you, Memento. Yes! That's right, the phone hacking scandal. He obviously wasn't involved even though he was in charge, but it was best that he left. That's right. So he got thrown under the bus. Yeah, he was definitely part of it, but, you know, it was a whole team that was part of it. Man, the UK smear machine, you know, the media, the smearing that the UK media does. My God, Shameless doesn't even describe it. The shit that gets said about Meghan Markle makes me blush in the UK media. It's unbelievable. Next to an awesome set of tits is like some of the most horrific slander I've ever seen in my life. Next to just a gorgeous pair of tits. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, fucking UK media, man. Whoa. Heyo, how you doing? Ceremonies, that's a fun name. They actually went and got evidence. Most of the time, they just make something up. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's funny. All right, but no, back to this video here. Jon Stewart, Bassem Youssef, you know, has been making some really great points, you know, pointing out the absurdity of this, you know, Israel is justified in killing people for some reason narrative, trying to bring us back to earth here. And doing it a whole, you know, like the whole, like, you know, patriotic support your country thing, you know, that kind of like, it you know, it lasted several years in the United States, you know, after 9/11. It's already starting to die out for this after October 7th, you know, fervor. People are like, really? Does this really need to go on? And now we're going to get, you know, a wider Middle Eastern war because of this? Yeah, Memento. Yeah. UK media is historically very critical of the Tories and Royals because the UK media were probably still are larger from the working class families. I mean, that's no excuse for some of this stuff that I've seen. And by the way, the UK media is not owned by working class families. Who are we kidding? Murdoch owns a big chunk of it. He also published fake pictures of UK soldiers torturing Iraqi civilians. Ooh, that's embarrassing. Almost a full 20 years of literally saying it and not doing it. So true. All right. So I've set up this video enough. Let's just go ahead and jump into it. It's, you know, they're funny. They're clever. It's more entertaining.
Do you not think the tone is changing, given the mounting death toll?
Slightly, but it is performative.
Yeah.
Performative rage. Like the world leaders are so enraged about Israel killing the 7 workers. And, we talk about that, but I find that there's more rage about killing 7 foreign workers more than the rage about killing 30,000 Palestinians.
I mean, look.
Remember when we
say that?
Remember when 30,000 was too much? Remember when 3,000 Palestinians was too much? Yeah. You know what happened? 3,000. Tomorrow, if 300,000 Palestinians killed, nobody will care.
No one will care.
Nobody will care.
No, it's like I said, if a nuke were to be dropped on Rafah, I mean, there'd be, a couple weeks of performative sorrow, and that's it. And things will move on. Okay. Put up a fence around Rafah and start building those beachfront properties, Israel.
Don't mean anything
Why
anymore.
do you think that is?
Because they don't look at Palestinians as equal human beings.
That's right. That's correct. Big props to Mike Figurino over here, Humanist Report.
You just heard comedian Bassem Youssef say what a lot of us have been thinking. The world just doesn't view Palestinians as equal human.
Yeah, and if you're watching the News Underground, then you actually hear me saying it, because I mentioned that quite a bit, that the world, honestly, the West, the dirty truth, they don't fucking care about Palestine or Palestinians. And because, you know why I know that? Because the West Bank. Because of the decades and decades of theft that's been happening in the West Bank, and everyone just kind of, well, that's awkward. Ooh, do we have to talk about Israel right now? Ooh. So, yeah, no one really cares.
Beings, and that's become especially crystal clear as of late.
And that's, that should especially bother those who actually do care, like us in the chat. Is that, you can ethnically cleanse an entire area and people will just kind of move on from it, right? If anything, it really should cement this idea that political activism is absolutely necessary. Without political activism, we can't have real journalism, because the only way we could have real journalism if it's publicly funded. The only way we could do that is through political activism, and that's the case with a billion other issues. If we, things aren't magically going to get better. If World War II, going back to World War II, if we hadn't resisted the Nazis, we'd be living in Nazi world. It'd be Nazi world. We have to push back. The universe doesn't favor sanity and peace and harmony. If we want those things, we have to create them. We need principles that we're willing to die for, and that means we're willing to fight for them. That's the only way. Okay, just hoping, for things to get better is not going to work. Hey, thank you, Smash. Safe travels. Be safe out there. People drive like maniacs nowadays. But it should reinforce this idea that political activism is more necessary than ever, that moral clarity is more necessary than ever. Because if we don't stand up, nobody will. And people die. Innocent people die, not Nazis. But if the left doesn't stand up, if the left doesn't get organized, if the left doesn't buy views for my stream, oh man, they're trolling me. I'm getting trolled. Oh wait, no, are they asking what I'm doing when I'm asked? Where's bump that view count up, baby. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I want to buy some views, y'all. Okay, I want to buy some views from streamboo.com. Thank you, Streamboo, for that sample. Appreciate it. Yeah, Rob, they must really like me. Thank you, Streamboo. I should do it. I mean, like, really, all the big dogs do it. Let's be real. You know, if that view count gets a little too low, they bump it up artificially. Who are we fucking kidding? I should probably do it myself. But hey, thank you streamboo.com for that free sample. I appreciate it. I will consider buying your services a little bit more now. They all do it. That's the fucking they all fucking do it. All of them. Having Ukraine and Israel in the description is popular. Is it? Well, Lenny, yeah, I'm really happy Lenny is getting viewers because Lenny, you got some great content, so I'm really happy that there are people that are enjoying it. You should buy some views though, man. That would be really cool seeing you get, because it starts. You get the 100, you get the couple hundred going, and then you stop buying, right? And then you keep that momentum moving forward. You don't have to keep buying them. But with that said, the big dogs still do it. So.
Laid for the fact that it took the deaths of non-Palestinian aid workers to finally get politicians to even entertain the idea of conditioning aid to Israel. For example,
yeah, Rob, but your content gets pushed up. It's like it goes up and up and up and up and up and up, right? So you kind of buy legitimacy.
Chris Coons didn't raise the specter of conditioning aid to Israel after they bombed a refugee camp or carried out the Flower Massacre, and Nancy Pelosi didn't sign a letter calling for aid to Israel to be cut off after 14,000 Palestinian children have been slaughtered. It literally took the deaths of non-Palestinians to get them to finally criticize Israel, which is why Bassem Youssef said what he did, and he's absolutely correct about that. But with that being said, the politicians who only recently chose to start tepidly criticizing Israel are only doing so for performative reasons, which Bassem Youssef also pointed out, and he's right about that too. And I say this because Nancy Pelosi signed this letter, which reads,
I do think Hassan buys views. I think they all buy views because look, the fact is that view count is like the clout. That's the clout meter. You know, and then the kids actually care about that view count. If they're watching a stream and that view count dips below a certain number, they're like elitist. They're like, oh, I'm too good for this content. I'm going to go to the popular content. I mean, they really think that way. And it's like, you go to LSF and it's like, oh, he's only a 500 viewer, Andy, not like my streamer. My streamer averages 5,000 views a stream. It's, you know, it matters. It matters to people, which is bizarre. Like when I'm watching TV, you know, when I'm flipping through the channels or something, I don't go, gee, I wonder if 5 people or 500 people are also watching this at the exact same time that I am. You know, it's like, I don't fucking care, you know? Yeah, Rob. Yeah, he had a little emotional breakdown. He's a very embarrassing person, Hassan. He's a very embarrassing person.
Out of the recent strike against aid workers and the ever-worsening humanitarian crisis, we believe it is unjustifiable to approve these weapons transfer. And after she signed that letter, can you guess what she did? She walked it back on a recent episode of Morning Joe.
But, you know, I'm no better. I'm no better when it comes to Hassan. But, yeah, no, back to the topic over here. Yeah, here's Nancy Pelosi. Signing a letter saying, oh, it's so, you know, oh, this is so bad, and I'm such a progressive, and you know, we got to stop this, and then she goes on Morning Joe, and what do you think she says?
That's what she did. She walked it back on a recent episode of Morning Joe.
Do you think that conditions on aid should be put in place? And if they are put in place, what would they be?
Well, I've not been a fan of having conditions on aid to Israel. We give Israel the aid we give them because it's in our national security interest to do so, and that has been our tradition.
So why even sign the letter in the first place?
Why? So that she can do an ad, so that she can, you know, gaslight the progressive that isn't paying attention every single day. So the pro-Pelosi media organizations can run big headlines about Nancy Pelosi supports ceasefire. That's why.
Because as Bassem Youssef said, it is all performative.
It's performative.
In the same way that the U.S. abstained on a ceasefire vote on the UN Security Council, then subsequently undermined it by emphasizing that it's not binding, it's all performative. I mean, after 6 months of the Biden administration feigning concern about Israel's behavior, most of us who've been paying attention now know that this is all performative and Israel is never going to be held accountable. The best that we get is finger wagging from the Biden administration and from Democrats.
Yeah. So I am curious about that phone call that caused the IDF to pull out, you know, that caused the IDF and the Israeli government to allow aid temporarily to come back into Gaza. I would be curious of what was actually said there, because that technically is more than finger wagging. But man, look how hard Bibi had to push Biden to even go that far, right? To even say, like, I mean it, you know, like in a phone call, like, this isn't the bullshit hour. I'm not talking to the American people, so I'm not lying to you. I mean it. I am, you know, so that is technical, but that's something that that Biden should have done months and months before he was absolutely forced to do it. Because I mean, Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli government was literally spitting in, not literally, but was almost literally spitting in the face of the Biden administration, right? What they had Kirby in Israel talking about, oh yeah, we're talking about a real ceasefire, and then he leaves, and the moment he leaves, they announce, oh, we're absolutely going into Rafah. You betcha, we're not going to stop. Total embarrassment, complete waste of time. You know, diplomatically spitting in the face of the Biden administration. You know? And he just takes it. They just take it. You know, fucking David Cameron over here taking it whole. Tory David Cameron.
And this is another point that Bassem made when discussing the global outrage over the murder of WCK workers.
What's really, for me, what's very interesting is the outrage, the global outcry. It's like, oh, how could you do that, Israel? But we forget James Miller, a British filmmaker that was also killed by Israeli snipers. We forget Tom Hartland, he was like also a British activist who's killed in the head. We forget Shireen Abu Akleh, the American-Palestinian reporter. It's like every time it's like, oh, Hamas did it. Oh, we did it. We're so sorry. Let's continue. There's no accountability. And I know, and I say it everywhere I go, if Israel today ended the war, they will be actually praised. It's like, thank you so much for not killing more Palestinians.
Yeah, it's so true. So true. Yeah. Yeah. Joe Biden, the crime scene. Wow. Gee. I wonder who you're going to vote for, you bootlicking, pathetic POS. So let me get this right, NDA Ross. Let me get this correct. Every single count against Trump, all the indictments, all these supposed crimes, every single one of them. And we're like, well, there's like over 100 individual accusations of crime. The sexual assault, the property stuff, the campaign finance stuff, January 6th itself, and inciting a riot, inciting an insurrection. Let me get this straight. All of that is a lie. That's what you're trying to say. It's just beyond pathetic.
Maybe they even give a Nobel Peace Prize to Netanyahu.
Yeah.
This will happen, This will actually happen. Israel will be praised. There will be absolutely no accountability of what they did in Gaza for the past 6 months.
He's right again.
No, 100%. He's 100% correct. 30,000, 40,000 dead. Yeah, no, if deflection, right. So NDA, let me ask you something. Say Trump wins in 2024. What is the number one thing that Trump is going to do for you? What is the policy that you're looking forward to, right? Day one, Trump gets into office. He's draining the swamp. How is that going to help you, NDA? What's he going to do for you? Welcome back, Radical.
It's cynical, but we have too much evidence to suggest otherwise, right? There's not even going to be a minimal amount of accountability on Israel. At worst, Netanyahu loses the next election, but he's never going to see a day in jail. Israel will never be sanctioned for their crimes against humanity, for their genocide and ethnic cleansing. And I say this because if that were going to happen, it would have already happened. I mean, our politicians are trying to undermine the genocide case by South Africa that is being made at the ICJ. I mean, there's ample evidence that there's a genocide. And when politicians finally acknowledge that this is a genocide 10, 20 years down the line, which I believe will be the consensus, is there going to be any accountability for Israel? Of course not. No. The best we get is the Biden administration.
And we have the decades of the West Bank to fall back on in terms of evidence. That is exactly what's going to happen.
Officials saying how concerned they are about what Israel is doing. Now, while it happens, they continue to express concern about Israel's policies, but they're not changing their policy towards Israel. And this tonal shift is welcome, don't get me wrong, but a shift in tone or rhetoric isn't going to stop the slaughter in Gaza. A policy change will. And the performative nature of the Biden administration's response was also highlighted on the last episode of The Daily Show as well.
Over 30,000 have died in Gaza since the war started. Some of them Hamas soldiers, 13,000 of them children. Our response.
Since the early hours, we've been urging our Israeli counterparts to act with as much precision as they can in their targeting. Our constant efforts to urge the Israelis to be as precise and careful as possible, we can still continue to urge Israel to be more careful and more precise. The need for the Israeli Defense Forces to act with precision. We continue to work with the Israelis to make sure that they are as precise as they can be.
See, they're not listening.
Yeah, I mean, we can all see it at this point. And what?
Yeah, and there's no accountability. It's all delay. Just like with the West Bank, it's all about placating the liberals and we care about human rights, and we care about the right to return, and we acknowledge it's illegal internationally, and we're working on it. It's all delay. That's the entire two-state solution. The entire two-state negotiation was delay. Seemingly, there was never any intention of the Israeli government, no matter who was in charge, to give up an inch to the Palestinians. And quite frankly, I find it hard to believe that the United States didn't know about that. I find it hard to believe that that the United States this entire time has been unaware of it. So great reporting over here from the Humanist Report, Mike Figurino. Thank you, Mike. Like and subscribe, folks. Here's the link. You want to see the rest of this video? Another long video that I'm going to have to skip for now, but finally, we've made it to the cherry on top, the creme de la creme, the motherfucking bullshit showdown. Bullshit showdown, folks. Here we go. Let me just get this fixed here real quick. Here we go. Coogan Soup. It's the bullshit showdown, folks. Hold on, let me get this going here. I saw this interview and I was inspired. When I saw this interview, I was inspired. Like, I saw these three on the screen, and I was like, oh my God, if I showed this interview, it would be nonstop me calling out all these assholes and all their BS. It would be nonstop me calling them out. Then it hit me. Let's do what I did with Tucker Carlson, but for all three of them. Now, in terms of all three, of course, I agree with Norman Finkelstein the most. With that said, he's been like doing a victory lap after his Destiny debate, where Destiny completely embarrassed himself doing his little pedantic, two-step. Well, technically, it's not actually genocide because of this department doesn't exactly declare it genocide. I wouldn't even call what the Nazis did to the Jews to be genocide. Blah 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 blah. So on top of Destiny embarrassing himself, Norman Finkelstein has been doing a little victory lap saying, Destiny's, he's getting all this information off 20 minutes of looking at Wikipedia and all that. Meanwhile, Norman Finkelstein saying some kind of whack-ass shit. I actually don't remember, because what Destiny said was so crazy, it just like completely wiped out whatever. But I do remember also disagreeing with Finkelstein during that debate with Lex Friedman. Yeah, Rob, that was a totally unhinged interview with both of them. You see the Piers Morgan versus Cenk Uygur. Yeah, Rob, I was actually just talking about that like 30 minutes ago. We were just talking about that interview. I don't have time to show it, but I posted it in the chat. I do recommend other people watch. It's really good. Yes, no, it's okay, Rob. You're fine. All right, so let's get this bad boy going. Like I said, oh, and the last thing I wanted to point out is that, of course, if we're going to be talking about Alan Dershowitz, we need to mention that he was on the Epstein flight logs more than once, a whole lot more than once. And I also wanted to show this article here just to show you the kind of, Alan Dershowitz used to be a very respected constitutional scholar. He was on Court TV during the Nuremberg special and the whole thing. Like, he was actually, connected with the Nuremberg trial in some way. So, used to be respected. Dershowitz used to be respected. Now, especially after the Jeffrey Epstein thing, he's just a Rudy Giuliani style hack who comes to the defense of Donald Trump no matter how unhinged or delusional the fucking take is. Just here's an example. So I just want to reinforce that, like, he's more than just an alleged pedophile. He's actually also a complete hack that should not be respected as an intellectual as he is. And this guy's still on TV. The left and the right put his ass on TV to this day, and I don't understand why. But listen to this. Dershowitz talking about the gag order on Donald Trump. And of course, Donald Trump absolutely in violation of these gag orders, right? But saying the gag order is unconstitutional, Dershowitz said on Fox News. You cannot prevent the defendant from attacking the witnesses. Excuse me? From attacking the judge's daughter if the judge's daughter could be a basis for disqualification. What? No, you can. There's actually a process that you can go through. You don't have to libel the judge's daughter to trigger a disqualification, of a quid pro quo. Oh, there's actually, the lawyers have done it at every trial. They've tried to do this and say, oh, we need to move the trial. There's bias. Oh, this daughter of this judge, he's trying it at every judge. He's trying it everywhere. But no, that doesn't give you a free pass to attack the witness, Alan Dershowitz. The Harvard law professor emeritus went on to complain that the legal system has been weaponized and suggested the case amounts to election interference. Just hack bullshit. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Dershowitz over here basically saying Trump is a king. Presidents are king, but not Joe Biden, of course. He would, big exceptions for Joe Biden, I'm sure. So the author of this article here mentioning witness tampering is a crime, and a judge certainly can attempt to prevent a defendant from attacking witnesses. Basic shit. Basic shit. NDA, of course, agreeing with the pedophile. Why are you still here, NDA? You didn't answer my question. I thought you left, but no. I guess we're just going to have to show you the door, huh? And NDA, of course, agreeing with an alleged pedophile that agrees that a president should be king. Yeah, your opinion's respected. Your opinion's respected, big guy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for giving us your perspective that you think dictators should be untouchable, but only one party should get that. Only the Republicans, right? And let me guess, you're open-minded and you're a patriot and you believe in America and you believe in all this, except you want a fucking dictatorship. Take that shit to the fucking curb and throw it in the fucking trash. You're not a fucking American. You're not a fucking patriot. You want a fucking autocratic dictator to tell everyone in the country what to do, and you somehow think that shit isn't going to come back to hit you. That your wages are going to go up, that your taxes are going to go down, that services are going to get better. You're pathetic. Bootlickers. MAGA. To be specific. Oh, he's right. He's right. Alan Dershowitz is right. Trump, oh, it's unbelievable. He should be able to libel. He should be able to witness tamper and libel the judge's daughter all he wants. What the fuck are you smoking? That is not applied to literally anybody else in America. Literally anybody. No, that is not the case for literally anybody. Oh, but well, Donald Trump is special. Donald Trump is special, but not Joe Biden. Why? Well, because I like him. I like Trump. I don't like Joe Biden. You're a fucking moron. No wonder you're on kick. No offense, Reed Schrader. I don't know what you're doing over there. All right, let's get to it. Here it is, the BS showdown. What we're going to do is, it's real simple. I'm just going to watch the interview, and I'm going to tally up anytime I hear some bullshit. Basically a lie. BS stands for lie. So that's the standard. Coogan suit. But no, so I'm going to tell this. Basically, it's a lie showdown. Just to be very clear, right? Because they're gonna talk a lot of shit. They're gonna say a lot of things that I disagree with, or maybe I But if it's a fact, I'm not going to shit on it. Okay, if it's something that I don't like to hear, but it's true, I'll let it slide. This is the BS showdown, Shadow Fiend. All three of these individuals are full of shit in their own special way. We are going to tally up the lies and see at the end of this interview, it's 45 minutes, who is lying the most. Okay? We're going to see who is lying the most. Where is my... Oh, where the hell it is? Oh, there it is. So here we go. BS showdown. Let's get going.
Lock 2 million people in a concentration camp.
Yeah. So, by the way, I'd like to, once again, right before I start, I agree mostly with Finkelstein. You're going to see me agreeing with Finkelstein most of all. With that said, he said some shit recently that has pissed me off, and he's on my shit list. So we're going to tally up any of his BS as well, just to be fair. But honestly, I think the winner that is coming out of this is going to be Dershowitz. Dershowitz is going to be the big BS winner. That's my prediction. Let's get to it. We're watching the whole fucking thing.
Shock at what happened on October 7th.
Are they war crimes? Ultimately, they're not war crimes at all. But we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement. It's an abomination to even suggest that martyrdom could justify what happened on October 7th. Shame.
This is
Jewish
pure science fiction. Everybody's listening now. Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Piers, please tell them to stop.
The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible.
There's only one international legal body that says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment.
You would not condemn the Nazis, Hitler, Goebbels, and Goering.
Let's avoid comparing Dershowitz to Finkelstein. Okay, Finkelstein is far more legitimate than Dershowitz here. Let's not compare the two.
Because they too went through suffering after the end of the First World War. It's despicable.
One of the things I didn't tally those up because we're going to get to those. All right, that was just a little preview, so that's why I wasn't tallying those up. But don't worry, we're going to get to those. We're going to watch the whole interview. Let's get to it.
Told most often in debates about the Israel-Hamas war from both sides is that history didn't begin on October the 7th, and that is true. There's no context that justifies the Hamas terror attack that day, but it's wrong to deny that any context existed before that, 6 months on from the atrocity. We're debating that context here in more detail. There's not an argument about 3,000 years of ancestry and who got there first, but it is about the conflict of conditions over the last century that frame almost everything about the war that's raging today.
Yes.
My two guests are scholars with deeply opposing views, and a feud that's well documented, has its own Wikipedia page. But they've agreed to debate with this today with me over the ideas, not the individuals. Author and political scientist, Professor Norman Finkelstein, and the lawyer and author of War Against the Jews and former Harvard Law Professor, Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. I thought we'd start this, because it's something that comes up all the time, where people say to me, it didn't start on October the 7th. And of course, I realise that the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is not something that began just a few months ago. And And you could argue it goes back thousands of years, but I'm not going to get into that part of the argument. What I want to do
to the 1940s.
is take as a starting point for the modern era of conflict, 75 years of 1947, when the UK turned the Palestine problem over to the United Nations, who decided to split Palestine into two different countries.
Oh, it's not
Let's
the
take
UK's
that
fault,
as the catalyst for what has followed in the next 75 years. And what I want to do is give each of you, at the start, 2 minutes or so, to just outline what you think happened at the start that has basically been the catalyst for what follows. So Norman Finkelstein, let me start with you. Just outline from 1947, what happened then that you believe created really the problem that followed?
I think the problem that followed can be very easily summarized by two statements of the chief Israeli historian, Benny Morris. Statement number one, he said in his comprehensive history of the conflict, he states, one, that the fear of Arab displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. His second statement is the idea of transfer, which is what the euphemism for expulsion, the idea of transfer was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. That, to me, is the starting point. The fear, the rational fear of the Palestinian people that should the Zionist idea be realized, it would result in their territorial dispossession and displacement. It's no different than the fear of our own, meaning the U.S., Native Americans, that the success of the Euro-American enterprise in the United States would be at the expense of our native population. The fear, the rational fear of territorial displacement and dispossession.
Okay.
Yeah, so he does always speak like that, Rob. He speaks very clearly and succinctly and he was quoting. That's why I'm not giving him any BS, because he was quoting Zionists, and I've shown them as well in documentaries and other footage. Zionists that, from the very beginning have made statements that have made it very clear that there was never any indication of recognizing Palestine and living amongst Palestine. It was always from the very beginning. It's always been about dominion.
Okay, that's very clear. Alan Dershowitz, would you actually disagree with that in terms of an assessment of how this made Palestinians feel? And were they wrong to feel it?
I wouldn't just. Yes, and yes, they felt it and they were wrong to feel it. I have to go back just 10 years earlier. 1947-48, the Peel Commission was set up by Great Britain. It recommended dividing the mandate into a tiny little sliver of land along the Mediterranean for a Jewish state where there was a Jewish majority, and the Jewish majority would determine how that was governed. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, the leader of the Palestinian people, rejected it. He said there's no such thing as the Palestinians. We're just greater Arabs, and we don't want there to be a Palestinian state. We just want there not to be a Jewish state. And then in 1948, the UN divided, again, giving the vast majority of the arable land, the land that's usable, to the Arabs. Again, the Israelis accepted it. The Arabs rejected it. Again, there was a Jewish majority in the area that was set aside for Israel. But the Arabs attacked in a genocidal war and tried to destroy Israel. The key point may have been motivated by fear is that the Arab and Muslim...
No, I mean, the Arabs did attack. They didn't attack out of hatred out of Jewish people, though. They were attacking because a foreign occupying force was invading.
Arabs attacked in a genocidal war and tried to destroy Israel. The key point may have been motivated by fear is that the Arab and Muslim people desperately didn't want there to be a Jewish entity. For the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, it was religious. that under Islamic law, you can't give any land that was...
They didn't want a Jewish entity, then why were they sharing Jerusalem? Weren't they sharing Jerusalem with Jewish people before 1940s? Isn't that something that's been happening for a super, super long fucking time?
Motivated by fear, is that the Arab and Muslim people desperately didn't want there to be a Jewish entity. For the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, it was religious, that under Islamic law, you can't give any land that was Muslim land over to a Jewish land. And then since that time, 1967, 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007, Israel has been willing to accept a two-state solution. And every Arab leader has rejected it. And Israel abandoned the...
That's a lie. The not every Arab leader has rejected it. Is that Mike from Breaking Bad? Hell yeah, dude. Love that fucking show. I'm just about ready to watch Better Call Saul. I've been watching too many clips. I'm spoiling too much for myself. I'm about to watch Better Call Saul. I know he gets a bigger part in that. I'm looking forward to that. All right, let's get back to it here. So he's lying about the two-state solution. Looking into the history of the two-state solution is really fascinating because there's plenty of examples of Arab leaders being totally ridiculous, but there's also lots and lots of evidence of Israel being bad actors throughout the entire process. And what I noticed in the documentaries that I've been seeing about the two-state solution, what I've noticed is that Israel, once things get actually substantive, when there's actually concessions being made by the Palestinians and there's actually some progress being made in the negotiations, that's when Israel starts pulling out all the stops. They start leaving, just leaving the negotiation, and claiming offense, claiming that they're, this is ridiculous, and we'll never agree to that, yada yada, really talking up the offense there, and never really willing to take the concrete steps necessary to acknowledge the Palestinian existence and really start the healing. From my observation, from the very beginning, it's been nothing but a long delay and gaslight with the intention of stealing the entirety of Palestine.
Israel has been willing to accept a two-state solution, and every Arab leader has rejected it. And
not true.
Israel abandoned the Gaza Strip in 2005. Took
That's
out not
true.
only every...
You don't get to say you abandoned something, and while you're actively holding barriers, and you're stopping trade from happening, and you're stopping fishing from happening in their own waters. You don't get to have both. You don't get to have both. Oh, we were minding our own business, hands off. We said we're done. Oh, but we also are implementing a brutal police state. You can't swim here. You can't fish here. You can't, certain medicines, certain cooking oils, or whatever it is. Blockade. You can't have this. You can't have that. No corridor in between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, by the way, completely separating it. And do you think there's a fucking Palestinian airport flying people back and forth? You don't get to have both. You don't get to say we're hands off while enforcing the world's largest open air prison, Alan. Oh, not true. Oh, not true, not true, not true. Yeah, you're full of shit. We're up to 5 already.
And every Arab leader has rejected it. And Israel abandoned the Gaza Strip in 2005. Took out not only every living person, but every dead person who was buried, left behind hothouses and agricultural equipment. Yes, they had to protect their borders, and they only had the blockade, the major blockade, after Hamas took over in a bloody coup from the Palestinian Authority.
We're getting a little bit ahead of where I want to get to at the start of this debate.
Sure.
You've outlined your response to what Norman said there. Norman, in 1948, we had the Nakba, the catastrophe, as Palestinians call it. This is because the UN couldn't get people to agree to the proposal. Israel declared itself a state. War broke out. Israel gained more land, I think this is uncontestable, than the UN originally assigned. And many Palestinians were forced out of their homes. It's also true that at the same time, many Israelis were forced out of, or many Jewish people were forced out of their homes in Arab countries. So there was a lot of displacement going on both sides. And I would ask you, if you look at that in totality, some people have said to me, if you actually go back to this period in time, both sides have a legitimate cause for complaint. Would you agree with that?
I can't agree with that because we have to stick hard and fast to the factual record. The factual record is fairly clear.
He just described the crimes of the the history of all the crimes of Israel against Palestine, and then he ends it with concludes that with some people would say that both sides. Literally, he was not wrong. 100% factual. Israel fucking invaded. The Zionists invaded, then declared themselves a state. The Nakba was, aka the catastrophe. They took way more land than what the UN gave them. Some would say this is both sides, wouldn't you? No. That's the conclusion you've come to with that, Piers? Really? Okay. All right. Put the shoe on, you want to make some comparison, of Piers Morgan and, having sections of his house taken, right? Well, you said you were just going to take half the kitchen and the living room, but you ended up taking everything but one sliver of my bedroom. Same thing, right? Piers Morgan be like, yeah, that's basically the same thing, yeah.
Fast to the factual record. The factual record is fairly clear on what happened in 1947 to 49 in the case of Israel and Palestine. Roughly 750,000 Palestinians from what became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled in fear and ended up refugees. Now, it's important to keep in mind, Piers, because you and I think generously agreed to talk about the background. Frankly, I think you're the first person I've noticed willing to talk about the background, that about 270,000 of those Palestinians who were expelled during the first Arab-Israeli war, they ended up in Gaza. So if we want to take the point as a point of departure, 1947 to 49, the point of departure for Gaza is exactly the same. That's how Gaza became Gaza. 70% of the population of Gaza became Palestinian refugees. Now, as to the question of what's sometimes called a population...
Interestingly, Alan agrees with that? Interesting.
...exchange between the Arabs who resided in... the Jews who reside in the Arab world versus the Arabs who resided in what became the State of Israel, there really isn't. I don't want to get involved now in a scholarly debate because it's simply not the time and place. But there isn't any good scholarship on what happened with those Arab Jews in 1948. Some, like the Yemeni Jews, everybody agrees they came willingly. The question of the Iraqi Jews, it's kind of a blur what happened. I'm not going to take one position or another on it. But I don't think those other aspects of the conflict ought to distract us from the fundamental question that you asked, and I think it's a very good question, to look at the background. And the background to what happened on October 7th, it began with the expulsion of about 300,000 Palestinians into Gaza, and now they comprise about 70 to 80% of the population of Gaza and their descendants.
Okay, well, Alan Dershowitz, you're disagreeing with what you're hearing there. Why?
Fundamentally, the Nakba was a self-imposed wound. Ben-Gurion, when he announced the establishment of Israel, welcomed all the Arabs to stay. He didn't want to expel a single one.
Self-imposed wound, huh? He didn't want to expel. He was forced to expel hundreds of thousands of people from their fucking land, guys. How fucking convenient. This is, fuck, man. What would Alan Dershowitz say about, Genghis Khan? Self-imposed wound, huh? The Nakba, huh?
Fundamentally, the Nakba was a self-imposed wound. Ben-Gurion, when he announced the establishment of Israel, welcomed all the Arabs to stay. He didn't want to expel a single one. But the Arab countries engaged in a genocidal war designed to kill every Jew and destroy Israel. It was
now that I'm not going to call that BS, but because it's fantasy, we don't know. We don't know how far, if the shoe were on the other foot, how far they would have gone. Calling it a genocidal war, I'm going to need to see more evidence of what was actually being said, because it's my understanding that the power dynamic from the very beginning was totally lopsided. And, he's just making this up, that their intent was total genocide of all the Jews that were there. Because how could he know? How could he know? How?
As a result of that invasion, that Palestinians left or were expelled. Now, I happen to have studied the situation.
That invasion? So that's funny. Israel comes in, barges in, declares itself a state. The coalition of Arab countries try to push back, and that pushback is called an invasion. That's some Putin shit.
Arab countries engaged in a genocidal war designed to kill every Jew and destroy Israel. It was as a result of that invasion that Palestinians left or were expelled. Now, I happen to have studied.
They left or were, so some of them were expelled, but most of them, I'm trying to hint at that most of them left of their own free will. And Finkelstein says, well, the history on that's kind of muddy. So I'm not gonna give him a BS on that one, but he's close.
The situation with Iraqi Jews, because I was one of those people who helped draft Resolution 242 at the United Nations, and we looked at great detail into the history of Jews in places like Iraq. In Iraq, there was a Nazi pogrom during the Second World War, and there were additional pogroms in other Arab countries in which Jews had no choice but to leave. And there was an exchange of population, much as there were in Sudetenland, much as there were in...
Even if that's true, and I'm not sure if it is, that justifies taking a chunk out of some other country and, ethnically cleansing a region, 750,000 people, that because there's some of them were Nazis or something?
Pakistan and India and every other country in the world, the refugees were incorporated, assimilated into the society. But UNRWA, this horrible, horrible organization...
What? Now we're talking about UNRWA? Really?
...was set up to keep the Arabs, refugees, to keep them in camps, to make sure there was a festering wound.
Wow.
The Jews were integrated into society.
Wow,
no,
guys.
They weren't first-class citizens in the beginning. But now they dominate the country. The same thing could have happened to the Arabs who left Israel. They could have been integrated into the surrounding countries. Instead, they were kept in camps and told that they had to destroy Israel. They had to have a right of return. They had to go back. That history can't stop, and you can't move forward. You have to only move backwards. So the sole fault for the refugees was the attack by the Arab countries designed to kill Israelis. That's when the expulsions and the leavings occurred.
And totally justified. Wow, guys. And that's what kind of the attitude that we're seeing. It's actually completely the attitude that we're seeing today. You dare fight back? You dare push back? We're the victims. We get to double down. We're the only ones who claim real victimhood.
Before I go back to Norman for response to that, from your understanding, how many Jewish people were displaced from their homes in this early period? Because I've heard it was actually a lot.
It was between 700,000 and 800,000, with probably $1 trillion worth of wealth. These were people who had lived in these countries longer than the Muslims. They had lived there since the Babylonian exile 2,000 years earlier. They had been full citizens. They were dhimmis. They were second class because they were not Muslims, but they lived in peace. And once this happened, many were expelled. Some left voluntarily. I can see that to Mr. Finkelstein. But many left. About the same number were left voluntarily. Remember, too, with the Arabs, they were told to leave, and they would come back victorious after In Haifa, for example, many of them wanted to stay, and many did stay, but the Arab leadership said, leave, we'll come back victorious, you'll have everything back. This is a complex situation. It's 75 years ago.
Yeah, and once again, it goes back to this. It needs to be complex. It's all a delay. It's all a big delay, because what do we think Dershowitz is going to say when they finish the project, when they've finally finished the capture of the West Bank, and they've stopped pretending like they're going to give back the Gaza Strip, and all the Palestinians have been kicked into the Sinai Peninsula or kicked into Jordan or gone to who knows? What do we think Dershowitz is going to say about because listen to what he's saying right now about the Nakba. It was a self-inflicted wound, and it was in the defense of Jews, and it was all about security. So we're getting a little hint at what we're going to hear once the project is complete, and it's all brushed away as just something that happened in history.
There is a statute of limitations on things like this, a moral statute of limitations. Move on. Establish yourselves in the countries that you left and went to. Get rid of these refugee camps. Get rid of UNRWA and become full citizens of the countries you moved to, the way my grandparents.
So he's casually talking about exiling hundreds of thousands of people into a country that doesn't want them. And correct me if I'm wrong, that they don't even speak the language of. That the only thing that they're Muslim, some of them, but he's just casually talking about displacing hundreds of thousands of people into countries that don't even want them, as if that's the easiest thing in the world to do. And it's just you have to cut off UNRWA. He keeps mentioning UNRWA. He keeps talking about this as because what he wants, he's like, we need to we need to create a famine. We need to create a humanitarian disaster. We have to starve these people and then kick them into the various Arab countries around them. He's just casually talking about this. And Pierre's nodding his head. Oh, yeah, maybe that is the final solution.
There is a statute of limitations on things like this, a moral statute of limitations. Move on.
That's complete. That's just something he's just made up, dog. That's just something you just made up, dog.
On. Establish yourselves in the countries that you left and went to. Get rid of these refugee camps. Get rid of UNRWA and become full citizens of the countries you moved to.
Get rid of the refugee camps. Finish the invasion.
The way my grandparents became full citizens of the United States
let me go
after pogroms had made them leave Poland.
Okay, come to Norman Finkelstein. Your response to that?
Wow. Okay, thank you, Piers. First of all, as a general point, I agree with the notion of a statute of limitations on your claims to a parcel of land. Yeah. The first time I came across that expression was reading Arnold Toynbee's great history of the world, actually. And he makes the point in his history that isn't there a statute of limitation on the claims of Jews to Palestine? He said that claim was made 2,000 years ago. And it's claimed that, even today it's claimed that, based on what happened 2,000 years ago, there's a large portion of Israeli population who believes they have title to the West Bank, they have title to Gaza.
We hear it
because of that claim.
We hear it in the chat.
2,000 years ago. Isn't there a statute of limitations? Allow me to complete my thought, and then you can disagree. Isn't there a statute of limitations on the claim from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago? Now, I want to focus on Gaza. I would like to focus on Gaza.
You agree with that, huh? Do you, Alan? Okay.
The population is expelled from Israel into Gaza. Now, if you look at Benny Morris's history called Border Wars, he says that between 1949 and 1953, literally, listen closely, about 2,700 to 5,000 Palestinian expellees, that's including in the West Bank and in Gaza, between 2,700 and 5,000 Palestinian expellees were killed by Israel when they tried to return home. Now, Benny Morris says 90% of those killed were unarmed. They were what he called economic infiltrees who wanted to see their homes. They wanted to see their land. They wanted to see their neighbors. They were brutally, if you believe Professor Morris, brutally murdered between those years. In 1956, as you know, Piers, England, France, and Israel invaded Egypt, including at the time Gaza. What happened then? According to Benny Morris in the book Border Wars, he said between 470 and 500 Palestinian men were lined up and shot down. Now let's bear in mind, Piers, this is long, long before this entity called Hamas came into the picture. Now, if we fast forward to 1967, after Israel occupies Gaza, there are new assaults on the people of Gaza, this time carried on by, at the time, Agricultural Minister Ariel Sharon. Now, without getting sidetracked, I do have to say, Professor Dershowitz, every time I listen to you, even when we debated each other in 2003, I guess, or 2004, I can't recall, you keep escalating your claims about having written UN Resolution 242 or contributed to the resolution. Professor Dershowitz, I understand people have fantasies, and I understand that people have failings of memory as they get older. But Professor Dershowitz, when we had our original debate, you didn't even know who wrote UN Resolution 242. You had all these names. It was Lord Caradine. Anybody who was involved in the process would know that. So let's agree on one thing. We both of us, should agree to only state facts. And if we have any doubts about the facts, let's set them aside and try to give viewers, listeners, as accurate a record as possible.
Look, it's spicy. I like it, but at the same time, you're opening it wide, and there's a big smile on Dershowitz's face right now because he knows exactly what just is going to happen. And now Dershowitz Piers is going to have to give him the mic for the next 5 to 10, like at least the next 5 minutes, not 10 minutes. But at least the next 5 minutes. And he's going to go through the whole litany of justifications. I don't know how many times he's going to mention UNRWA in this, but Pierce is going to have to open it wide open for him because he's been called out. So the double-edged sword feels good, doesn't it? But there's a big smile. Look at that. Look at that fucking smile on his face. Shit-eating grin. He knows what's going to happen.
But we can disagree. But when you engage in your fantasies, it really, to me, is very disturbing and disorienting.
Okay. Well, let me ask Professor Dershowitz to respond.
Well, first of all, let's get the facts straight. I was Arthur Goldberg's law clerk. Arthur Goldberg was the United States representative to the United Nations. He asked me to come down. I actually moved in with him at the Waldorf Astoria Towers and work with him on 242. Yes, I confused the name Carrington with something else, but I worked closely. In fact, I was partly responsible for changing the words. I'm sorry. I worked on the matter. I didn't work with Lord Caradine. I worked with Arthur Goldberg. And together we managed to get rid of the word Palestinian before refugees in order to make sure that the resolution applied both to Palestinian refugees and to
this is
Jewish
pure
refugees
science
from
fiction,
Well,
which I can easily
now
prove.
you're interrupting.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and I don't really know. I don't fucking care. I mean, I know Dershowitz is full of shit. I don't really need, but I guess it's good to have this, to have legitimate documented proof. I'm going to take Finkelstein on his word that he's just literally lying. This motherfucker's on the Epstein flight logs, okay? I'm going to go ahead and give Finkelstein the benefit of the doubt on this one. Eat shit, Dershowitz.
Now you're interrupting me. So let me finish. This is a detail. It's a fact Now, let's talk about what happened involving the Gaza Strip. I agree there's a statute of limitations. I'm opposed to any biblical claims on Israel. I believe Israel has a political and moral claim to the land. There have always been Jews living there from the time of Jesus and Muhammad to 1948. And wisely, the British decided for a compromise plan for division. And that plan was accepted by the Jewish and Zionist leaders. It was rejected by the Palestinians. And then, as you know, Israel tried to give the entire Gaza.
They didn't have a fucking choice, dude.
Gaza Strip over to Egypt, back to Egypt during the Camp David Accords. It almost caused a breakdown in the Camp David meetings because the Egyptians didn't want it, and Israel very reluctantly held on to it. And then in 2005, Israel abandoned the Gaza. And only when rockets and a bloody coup occurred did Israel respond by having border controls. Let me tell you one thing. They weren't strong enough. If there had been better border controls, Hamas would not have been allowed to bring in
more
concrete...
oppression, more brutality, a bigger police state. That would have fixed it, guys. You think this fucker's going to talk about Bibi Netanyahu's relationship with Hamas? Oh, yeah. Mr. I care about fomenting terrorism. Yeah, I bet you do.
Which it used to build tunnels, to bring in weapons, which it used to murder all these people on October 7th. So Israel was not strong enough. It should have had far better border controls, as other countries had in comparable situations. And so, one more point. Toynbee and Ben...
There's no comparable situations. That's the thing that makes the Gaza Strip such a fascinating, It's literally an open air prison. You're not allowed to fish. The side Israel wants to pretend like, they have all the rights of any normal country. We left them completely alone. It's a total lie. It's a total lie. They controlled everything that came and went. Checkpoints up the fucking zoo. The only time a Palestinian was allowed to leave was when they were doing slaves. I shouldn't say that, but wage labor for Israelis. That was it. Work visas. It's ghoulish lying.
There are claims that dispute both of them, particularly Toynbee. Toynbee was an overtly anti-Zionist historian who didn't believe that the Jewish people had any claim to Israel. There's also a statute of limitations on that. And so let's move forward. And moving forward means potentially a solution where Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza. Remember, too, you're absolutely right, Norman. Terrorism began way before Hamas. Terrorism was an essential part of the Palestinian leadership. The Olympic massacres that occurred way before Hamas. The terrorism on airplanes, the blowing up of airplanes, the hijacking of airplanes. The problem is that the world rewarded terrorism, and it's rewarding them again.
I'm not saying they're totally innocent.
By allowing Hamas to free hundreds of people, legitimately, many convicted, and not all convicted, many convicted, in exchange for a small number of completely innocent hostages. You can't compare completely innocent hostages with convicted murderers.
Okay. Look, Norman, respond to that, but I also want to move on. Yes. Once you've responded to it, also move on, if you will, to the issue of settlements, because one of the things I find hardest to have any sympathy with Israel about is the continued expansion of settlements.
I agree.
And in particular on the West Bank. And I think we may find some consensus here. But first of all, Norman, your response to what Alan Dershowitz just said, but also then move it to settlements.
Yeah, well, I would like to try to, actually I can bring it up to the settlements on the case of Gaza. So I would like to just continue where I left off with, so to speak, at the risk of being boring, the timeline. I said in 1970, there were atrocities committed in Gaza against the people of Gaza by the headed by the agricultural minister at the time, Ariel Sharon. In 1987, as you perhaps remember, Piers, the first Intifada broke out. It was overwhelmingly, here I quote Benny Morris from his book, Righteous Victims, It was an overwhelmingly nonviolent civil resistance to the Israeli occupation. By 1990, 3 years after the beginning, or really 2 years, because it began on December 7th, 1990.
Once again, my ignorance of history is hurting this this stupid gimmick that I'm doing. Just out of fairness, I'm going to go ahead and just give him one BS until I know more information about how this was a nonviolent civil resistance, just out of fairness. But it's a trepidatious tally.
Benny Morris, from his book Righteous Victims, it was an overwhelmingly nonviolent civil resistance to the Israeli occupation.
Have a good night.
By 1990, 3 years after the beginning, or really 2 years, because it began on December 7th, 1987, by 1990, Israel started to institute, again, I'm sticking strictly to Gaza, what it called a closure policy. And the closure policy was basically to seal off Gaza, okay? By 2002, 2003, if you read Baruch Kimmerling, he was a senior sociologist at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He described Gaza as, quote, the largest concentration camp ever. Now, you might say Baruch Kimmerling was a person of the left, and I will grant that. But then we have Giora Eiland. Giora Eiland at the time was the head of Israel's National Security Council. He said in March 2003, and now I'm quoting him, he described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. So you can say there is a consensus among knowledgeable people, sociologists at the Hebrew University, head of the National Security Council, that Israel had turned Gaza into a concentration camp. In 2006, there was an election in January 2006. Hamas wins the election basically on the platform of reform, because the Palestinian Authority is proverbially corrupt. It comes into power. Immediately as it comes into power, Israel institutes this brutal economic blockade on Gaza. And at that point, there have been various descriptions. I'm sure, Piers, you wouldn't disagree. You wouldn't call The Economist a left-wing magazine or anti-Semitic. It described Gaza as, quote, a toxic dump. And at that point, it had slowly, just to give you one example, Piers, and your listeners, because they should have a sense of what this blockade looked like. Israel's explicit policy, was to keep Gaza on the precipice of economic catastrophe.
That's right.
That's how they described their policy. They prohibited baby chicks from entering Gaza. They prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. They prohibited potato chips from entering Gaza. They prohibited any spices from entering Gaza. And it prohibited any exports from Gaza, except at some points, occasionally, things like strawberries. So what had happened to Gaza? It had, on the eve of 2007, it had the highest unemployment rate in the world.
And remember, Dershowitz is saying, to justify all this, hands off, they attacked us, hands off. We were so hands off, and then they just attacked us out of the blue for no reason because they hate Jewish people. Remember that.
It was about 60% unemployed, 50% for the population as a whole, 60% for youth. The people in Gaza were left to languish and die. No past, no present, no future.
Yes.
To languish and die in the concentration camp.
That's right.
That was their prospect as of October 6, 2003.
That's right.
Excuse me. Yeah, 2023. Sorry about that.
May I respond?
Well, I tell you what,
May I
yes,
respond?
actually, on that point, Professor Dershowitz, you respond to that point briefly, if you could. And then I want to come back to Norman Finkelstein to move it on to settlement. So, Alan, just respond to what... respond to that suggestion, which has been cited by many people, that the conditions in Gaza in the period that Norman Finkelstein has been referring to have been described by many people as bordering on a concentration camp. And at the very least, a form of occupation where Israel wielded far too much control over what could come in and out of Gaza, including people.
Right, here comes the shit.
Well, they're right in the description that it was a toxic place. It was a toxic place because Hamas took over and because Hamas robbed the people of Gaza of their food. It took the material that was sent from Europe.
Hamas robbed them of their food, guys. Hamas implemented a full blockade and prevented imports and exports from happening. Wow, Hamas isn't that crazy? The enemy is super weak and like super, corrupt and feeble and also really super crazy powerful. Isn't that really weird?
Europe, from countries around the world, and took it away from the children and took it away from the hospitals, took it away from the schools, and gave it to their fighters to build 350.
Now, did Hamas take resources, from this food that, yes, and use it for their own purposes? Yes. Did they starve their own population stealing that food? No, that's not true. With that said, Hamas is really no friend to the Palestinian people. So, did they take more than what they should have? Probably. But this whole idea that it was Hamas that was starving the Palestinians while Israel is actively blockading potato chips and any number of items is pretty ridiculous. They couldn't fish. They could not fish in their ocean, in their part on their beach, supposedly theirs.
The miles of tunnels. Imagine what could have been done with all the resources that have been sent to Gaza. There was plenty of food in Gaza, except that Hamas was using it. There was plenty of material to build hospitals in Gaza, but instead Hamas was using it. It's Hamas that turned it into a toxic place. When Israel, in fact, actually occupied it, it was in much better shape than when Hamas took it over. And so it's Hamas's fault. Hamas turned Gaza into this horrible place.
Wow.
And let's remember, Israel has been prepared to give
altruistic occupiers, guys, the empire of peace,
up Gaza over and over again. It tried desperately to give it back to Egypt during the Camp David. It tried desperately to allow for the 2007 Olmert plan. Gaza is given to a Palestinian state. The 2001 Bill Clinton plan, Gaza is given over. They rejected it. If it was a toxic concentration camp, the guards were not Israelis. The guards were Hamas people who were throwing gay people off the roof, who were murdering Palestinian Authority people, and who were denying women the right to live their lives decently. Yes, Gaza was a terrible place. Completely the fault of Hamas.
Can we reach a point of agreement on the issue of settlements? I suspect we can. So Norman Finkelstein, I don't want to keep responding. I don't want you to keep responding to each other about that. What I would like you to do.
One sentence.
Well, listen,
allow me.
Oh, okay, give me one sentence, but then please address the issue of settlements.
One sentence. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, 1,000 humanitarian and economic organizations have all reached the same conclusion. It's very simple. The main cause of the disaster in Gaza is Israel's illegal blockade of that parcel of land. Full stop.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's false.
Who's wrong? Who's wrong? UNCTAD is
That's
wrong.
false.
The World Bank is wrong.
Blockade,
The International Monetary Fund is wrong. They're all wrong?
Yes.
Are they all anti-Semitic?
Yes,
is that what's going on?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. They're wrong. I happen to know
So
more
why
about
are they
the
all
law
wrong?
than any of them. Because the blockade was completely lawful. It was designed.
I don't know who's crinkling the fucking wrapper in the microphone, but motherfuck you! Been listening to that for fucking 30 fucking minutes. I don't know who's crinkling. I don't know who's fucking crinkling, but they need to take that shit out of their fucking hands. Let's proceed.
blockade.
Wrong? They're all wrong?
Yes.
Are they all anti-Semitic?
Yes,
Is
I
that
know.
what's going on?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. They're wrong. I happen to know
So
more
why
about
are they
the
all
law
wrong?
than any of them. Because the blockade was completely lawful. It was designed to prevent the importation and then the use of rockets against Israel.
What about Krill?
It's perfectly lawful for a country to engage in a blockade. That is, you're not. Let me finish. You can't have a double. Look, Israel is exposed to a double standard, but we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement, and you're not going to interrupt me.
Gish Gallop, and of course, once again, Israel needs to set the reality. If once again the whole house of cards falls apart, if Israel is not setting what is and isn't real. This entire premise is based off the idea that Israel, is moral in giving Palestinian a state.
So understand me. The military occupation was lawful. The blockade was lawful. Every country has the right to defend itself from rockets, from terror tunnels, from people coming over the border, murdering and kidnapping people. Those are all lawful. I'm telling you that as an expert in international law and the law of war.
Okay.
If you want to dispute me, get an expert who knows something about international law.
Okay.
Not a polemicist like
Professor Dershowitz.
You maybe you used to hold that title, but you are not an expert by any means, dude. You're over here saying it's okay for Trump to intimidate witnesses. It's okay for, it's unbelievable the excuses that you're making for a fascist dictator. You are not an expert. Making statements like that, it's quite frankly, you should be debarred, but the bar is really conservative. So, but quite frankly, Alan Dershowitz should be debarred, handing out legal advice like the shit that he is, like the example that I gave you before the start of this.
Something about international law.
Okay.
Not a polemicist like
Professor Dershowitz. Okay. Professor Dershowitz, just as a matter of fact, I teach the laws of war. I've been teaching it for the last 5 years. To my understanding,
you're biased.
Okay, Professor Dershowitz.
And you're not Dershowitz. You're not, huh? No, you're even keel, man. The shamelessness, the absolute, the motherfucker's wearing a Star of David, the Star of David tie. Oh, and you're biased. You're biased. Wow.
Okay, Professor Dershowitz, let's agree. I'm completely ignorant. Let's take that as a point of departure. How does it come to be that every humanitarian and political body in the world has declared that the blockade of Gaza constitutes collective punishment and therefore is a violation, a breach of international law, a war crime under international law? How did that come to pass?
They're wrong.
How is it that
first of all, you're wrong.
They're all wrong.
No, you're not.
They're all wrong.
Except
You're
Alan
not right.
Dershowitz.
No.
Except
you're wrong. You're wrong in describing. You're wrong in describing every group. There are many groups.
Name me one. Okay. Professor Dershowitz, name me one legal international legal body or human rights organization. Name me one. I'll take the pause. Name me one that says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment. Name me one.
The Lawfare Project in the United States.
The Lawfare Project. I said, name me one international legal or political body.
It is.
One.
It is.
Everybody's listening now.
Legal body.
Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Name me one. Name me one international or legal or political body that says the blockade of Gaza is legal. Name me one.
It is legal, and every organization that I have been associated with, the Lawfare Project, the project run by a woman named Leitner, an international project, have all concluded that the blockade is legal. Also, the Israeli Supreme. Let me.
He's basically referencing a fucking think tank that he probably works with.
Finish. The Israeli Supreme Court, which is above reproach,
Thank you,
and which is much
Love
fairer
you.
than the International Court of Justice, has also, with limits, has said that blockades designed to prevent the bringing of rockets to Israel
all
is
say
lawful.
it? No. They don't all say it. No, I mean, it's wild, dude. And like Piers, honestly, I'm gonna give one to Piers here because he keeps making this statement like it's just, you know, common sense, dude. No, they're not all saying it. It's like the Fox News some people say nonsense, you know? They're not all saying it, bro.
National Court of Justice has also, with limits, has said that
Patriot,
blockades designed
Big
to
shocker.
prevent the bringing of rockets to Israel is lawful. Also, use your common sense.
No, they don't.
What possible reason would there be for allowing a group in Gaza, a group of Hamas, to send rockets without trying to blockade them from bringing the rockets in and building tunnels? Use your common sense. Of course it's unlawful.
Why would they be motivated to shoot rockets and build tunnels, Alan? Because they hate you? Is that why? Is that their motivation? That they just can't, and that's it. That's what he'll say. Yeah, it's because there's a deep-seated ingrained hatred of the Jew, and then it basically leads to, well, they're human, but they're basically lesser than. Yeah, okay, you got me. They're human, but you know, because of their deep-seated hatred of Jewish people, their existence is an existential threat to ours. So we're justified in extreme violence against them.
Country in the world would do exactly the same as Israel did.
Listen, I think we've exhausted this part of the debate. I do want to, before we run out of time, we only have about 5 minutes left, and I do want to get into settlements. And I'll start with you, Professor Finkelstein. The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible, actually, what's been going on, and particularly in recent years on the West Bank. But what is your overview of the settlement issue?
My overview of the settlements, as in all topics, is what international law says. Under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, it's illegal for an occupying power to transfer its population to occupied territory. Now, when that issue came before the International Court of Justice in July 2004, every single judge, including the American judge, Mr. Bergenthal, they all agreed on that one point. The settlements are illegal under international law. Now, under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, those settlements constitute war crimes. So what we're talking about now, since the settlement activity began right after the June 1967 war, what we're talking about is a protracted war crime over a period of a half century. And that's sometimes missed. When we talk about what's happened to Gaza, we're talking about 2 decades.
That's right.
If you go back to the closure in 1990, we're talking about the martyrdom of a people over 3 decades. Those young men who burst the gates of Gaza on October 7th were born into, to use your phrase now, a toxic concentration camp. They were born into it. And that settlement activity, which under the Rome Statute is a war crime, that's been ongoing for a half century.
Okay, let me get Professor Dershowitz
to respond.
Let me respond,
please.
Yes,
let me respond.
Yeah.
First of all, Finkelstein and Hamas regard Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as settlements, so you can't take them seriously about anything.
I'm going to throw bullshit to that because I'm pretty sure Finkelstein agrees with the 2-state solution. He does not agree with the from the river, to the sea rhetoric that, that all of Israel needs to be wiped out, yada, yada, yada. I do not believe that Finkelstein believes that. What an incredibly vicious smear from Alan Dershowitz to say that, by the way. I mean, because what is he saying? He's saying Finkelstein wants the Jews in Israel to be eradicated. That's what he's trying to say. Pretty fucking horrific smear, if you ask me. And is Piers gonna fucking step in and do anything about it?
Respond, please.
Yes,
Let me respond.
Yeah.
First of all, Finkelstein and Hamas regard Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as settlements. So you can't take them seriously about anything. They regard all of Israel as settlements. And yes, I disagree with settlements on the West Bank. I have since 1970 when I debated Noam Chomsky. I called for a two-state solution. I agree with a military occupation designed to prevent rockets and prevent terrorism. But I disagree with civilian settlements. But
a military operation that is a terrorist factory, which helps perpetuate the cycle of violence, justifying the taking of the land. Okay.
The core point I want to mention
are they war
is
crimes?
Ultimately, we've gotten to this point. Wait a second. No, of course not. They are not war crimes at all. They are disputes over what constitutes the UN Resolution 242.
But if the UN, they're all wrong. They're all wrong. All of them. Isn't that great? I mean, and somehow these right-wing assholes get to be put on TV saying such absolutely ridiculous nonsense. If lefties dare make a generalization that can be easily tweaked or taken out of context, oh, that's it. That's the end of you, dude. Fucking bah, 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 bah. You said this. You said this. You said this. Right-wingers get to make the most horrific generalizations I've ever heard in my life, and it's just normal shit.
Wait a second. No, of course not. They are not war crimes at all. They are disputes over what constitutes the UN Resolution 242.
But if the UN says they're illegal, where does that leave it?
The UN says a lot of things. The UN, the UN also called Israel Zionism racism. The UN has no authority to define international law. The UN can give advisory opinions.
Come on, man. Just whatever it takes to justify this, because it's all about getting to the finish line and then starting the process of forgetting. Right? Because if 50 years, after Palestine is gone and 50 years later, oh, yeah, well, didn't Israel commit a crime against the Palestinians? Oh, well, that's just a footnote in history, much like the crime against Native Americans in the United States, a footnote in history. Well, you got to crack some eggs, things, that's how things are.
The UN, the UN also called Israel Zionism racism. The UN has no authority to define international law. The UN can give advisory opinions.
Who does?
But let me please let me finish. So remember who appoints the justices. Countries appoint the justices. So when Lebanon appoints a justice, it's Hezbollah who's appointing the justice. The International Court of Justice is an illegitimate court. It is not a real court. But I want to get to the core point. What Finkelstein finally says. Wait a minute. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Let me finish. What Finkelstein is finally saying is that these people, he called them martyrs. I was at Beirut. I was at the Nova Music Festival. I saw the remnants of where a woman named Vivian Silver.
The horrific actions of a group of people it's incredibly racist to say that a group of the actions of a group of people represent the actions of the entire race, country. It's outrageous, right? It'd be like it's like if you're an American going and you're visiting another country and everyone treats you like a January 6th insurrectionist. You're like, whoa, dude, I don't believe in MAGA. I don't believe in those extremists. I know I look American, but you can't just, judge me on that level. I'm a human being. I got different thoughts and feelings. No, you're an American. You're an American. That must mean you agree with Donald Trump. It's incredibly ignorant. It's like super, and this guy banties about like a fucking intellectual. It's wildly ignorant.
I was at Beirut. I was at the Nova Music Festival. I saw the remnants of where a woman named Vivian Silver, a peacenik, who used to go over and bring Hamas and Gazan people to hospitals, was burnt to death.
You see how wrong you are treating Palestinians like human beings, trying to feed them with UNRWA, trying to help them with the tent cities. Really, honestly, the best thing to do is just to get them out of there and kick them off into another Muslim country where they belong with the other monsters, right? With the other inhumans.
I saw where people were raped There is no justification for collective rape. There is no justification for murdering a peacenik. This woman was probably murdered by the very people she brought to hospitals because they knew exactly where she lived and where the hospitals. It's an abomination to even suggest that any kind of martyrdom, dispute over land, dispute over...
It's basically saying there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian. It's dehumanization to its very core.
Could justify what happened on October 7th. Shame on anybody who thinks that civilized human beings should be praised or even justified for doing what they did. I met a man whose son had been beheaded, and Hamas then took his head, brought it back to Gaza, put it on sale for $10,000, and this father had to bury his son without a head. That's what Hamas did. And not only Hamas, but people, ordinary civilians in Gaza, came over the border and participated in these rapes and murders.
So now it's not even Hamas that crossed. It was all it was civilians as well. It just, you see how it escalates? You see how it escalates into basically Israel is fully justified in eliminating all the Palestinians one way or the other. That's what all of this logically leads to, is that Israel is justified in whatever crimes it deems necessary to finish this project of exile.
Order and participated in these rapes and murders, and shame on anybody who doesn't unequivocally condemn it. There is no justification for what happened on October 7th, no matter what the history is. The history is disputed, but I want to hear Norman Finkelstein say unequivocally, no matter what the history is, there is no justification for the massacres of October 7th.
Well, we'll end with Norman Finkelstein's response and answer that question. I think it's a legitimate question.
My response is exactly the same one I gave you the very first time I met you, Piers. There were atrocities, large atrocities, that occurred on October 7th. I think it's indisputable. You then asked me, would you consider it terrorism? I then replied to you, I think atrocities denote terrorism. However, I said I take the same attitude towards the perpetrators of those atrocities as the abolitionists in the United States took towards the Nat Turner Rebellion. Nat Turner,
so you justify them, so you praise them, so you glorify them, and you honor them. That's the reality.
Piers, can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Nat Turner and the slave revolt committed horrible atrocities. The abolitionists said horrible things happened.
Corwin, would you feel that way if it was your family under the bombs? If you tried to empathize with the plight of the Palestinian, would you really just be sick and tired of the words? Really? Would it be so easy to brush that away?
Nat Turner and the slave revolt committed horrible atrocities. The abolitionists said horrible things happened, but they never condemned
No, they
Nat
don't
Turner.
happen. They are perpetrated by people. You're justifying
what they
it.
did was,
Finkelstein,
allow me to finish.
This is the lowest point
Piers,
you've ever
please tell
gotten
them
to,
stop.
and you've gotten to low points, but this is the lowest point you've gotten to, comparing these rapists and these murderers to abolitionists.
Alan, let him
is the
finish.
lowest point in your history.
Let him finish what he's trying to say.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me have
By the way,
last word.
Nat Turner's rebellion.
Keep bitching.
In Nat Turner's rebellion, they committed horrible atrocities, including beheading babies. That's a fact. However, the abolitionists...
you're justifying that.
They did
you're justifying that.
They did not... Please, Piers, can you please tell him to
I think
stop?
let him finish the point he's making, and then you respond.
Okay. Thank you so much. However, the abolitionists did not condemn the perpetrators. The abolitionists kept saying, we told you so. We told you so. We told you so. If you treat people like that, what happened with the slave revolt inevitably would happen. And I say, if you lock 2 million people in a concentration camp for 20 years, half of whom are children, who were born into that concentration camp don't react with shock and dismay and disbelief and indignation at what happened on October 7th. I have spent the last 20 years of my life studying what's been done to the people of Gaza. And each time I read...
I mean, that is so ironic coming from Dershowitz, man. Look up this guy's career. When he dropped the "I'm a legitimate academic" spiel and went into Shillville.
20 years. I have spent the last 20 years of my life studying what's been done to the people of Gaza. And each time I reread what I wrote, I'm more firm than ever before. I will not condemn those people, even as I acknowledge that massive, unspeakable atrocities occurred on October 7th.
Okay, Alan Dershowitz, your final
Let me have
response.
my last point. Norman Finkelstein, you would not condemn the Nazis, Hitler, Goebbels, and Goering, because they, too, went through suffering after the end of the First World War. They, too, tried to justify...
I mean, it's insane. It's just totally fucking insane. Apples to apples, huh?
What they did as inevitable because of the inflation, because of living under terrible conditions. They inevitably voted for Adolf Hitler. They inevitably built gas chambers. They inevitably built concentration.
The smear of all smears. He's a Nazi. He's a Nazi that fully supports everything he's listing off, guys. My God.
Camps. And you, Norman Finkelstein, who claim your parents are Holocaust survivors, you, Norman Finkelstein, by your logic, would justify every single one of the 6 million Jews who were murdered because the Germans
who... fuck, man? If you defend the existence of Palestine, okay, what Finkelstein is saying is that, of course, he doesn't like the atrocities. He doesn't agree with them. He doesn't like them. But it's 1 + 1 = 2. You lock people up for 20+ years. You give them no chance. What do you expect to happen? When you treat people like animals, they start acting like it. When you corner somebody, they start swinging. And Dershowitz wants, they should acquiesce. They should acquiesce, and we got to cut off their food, and we got to cut off UNRWA, cut off their food, and kick them into the other Muslim countries because we're so moral.
Who did it don't deserve condemnation because they were victims of the Versailles Treaty at the end of the World War I. That's the situation you're in, Norman Finkelstein. It's despicable.
Wow.
Okay. Well, we started, I think...
Pierre's fucking speechless. Pierre's fucking speechless.
In a reasonable shape, and we ended in a place where the final word is just...
Yeah, and a big smile on his fucking face because the whole goal is delay. The whole goal is gaslight. And the smile on Dershowitz's face is like, yeah, well, no one really learned anything. And people who aren't following this, if they watch this, they might be confused to thinking that I'm correct. The grift continues, basically.
Despicable, which is a shame. But I understand that passions run high. I think you've both argued your case extremely eloquently.
Okay, well, there you go on that one. We're going to have to go ahead and give Piers another one there. Yeah, no. That was, one side was quite eloquent. The other side was a raging maniac that ended the debate by saying Norman Finkelstein agrees with the Nazis, the Holocaust, and all of that. That Norman Finkelstein would be at the defense of Nazi Germany because he would feel they were victimized in the Treaty of Versailles. Apples to apples when it comes to the formation of Israel, by the way, in the Treaty of Versailles, guys. Apples to apples. I mean, yeah, Jet. I mean, Israel, the representatives of Israel. It's all like I said before. The third time. It's all about that house of cards. It's all about that edifice. That Israel is the victim. That Israel is justified. That Israel is moral. Israel has committed crimes, but only in defense against greater crimes against their existence. No, he's not chuffed. This is 9 to 5 for Dershowitz. This is 9 to 5. So congratulations to the big winner of the day. 51, at least that I could count. 51 fucking lies coming from Dershowitz. I gave a token one to Finkelstein. Finkelstein's on my shit list still, but quite frankly, he held his own. Extremely factually, extremely fact-based, extremely well-sourced. Every response, it's from this author, it's from this book, it's from this timeline, it's from this investigation. Really laying it out there, and he's leaning, and his whole argument is, hey, it's not just me saying this. Yeah, sure, assume that I'm totally ignorant and that I'm a fucking Nazi that wants the Holocaust. Yeah, go ahead and assume all that. What about the hundreds of other aid agencies, humanitarian agencies, political bodies, international law agencies of any legitimacy? Why do they all agree then? And Dershowitz and with Piers unchallenged, right? And I had to give Piers one, but totally unchallenged. He gets to say, oh, they're all wrong. They're all wrong, every single one of them. Same thing with Trump and all the court cases and indictments, right? Oh, it's all a witch hunt, every single one of them. When the left does that, we have to have a fucking manifesto this big to fucking every little detail, right? It needs to be, or else it's not even a legitimate argument. Oh, hand waved away. But somehow the right gets to fucking walk around with their dick and balls in their hands, making some of the most absurd fucking arguments I've ever heard in my goddamn life, and this guy still gets to be on fucking TV. Tell me it makes sense. Tell me how any of it makes sense. Thank you for the follow, by the way, to Jet Junta. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, there you go, folks. That is the BS Showdown. Yeah! BS Showdown. We knew Dershowitz was going to be the winner, but wow, look at that. Cracked 51. 51. Congratulations, Dershowitz. That's a lot of shit, as they say. As, what was his name? Malcolm from Jurassic Park? Something like that. Absolutely no need to walk around and take balls in the hand. Literally serves no purpose. You just, you look silly. You got your pants around your ankles, you dick and balls in your hands, you look silly. We're probably not going to do the BS Showdown for quite some time, but I'll keep it on the sources list. All right, folks. Thank you so much for coming to the News Underground. I'd like to give big props to the Old Growth Canopy. Sorry you got here late. Strategy member, thank you so much for all your links and helpful information in the chat. And that goes for you, Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Do appreciate you following up on Alan Dershowitz's fucking obvious lies. Corwin, I noticed you avoided my question when I brought up, thinking, because I agree with you, Corwin. It's exhausting. I 100% agree with you. But that's how they get us. That's how they defeat us. Overwhelm us, right, into acquiescing. Fine, whatever. Leave us alone. We can't allow them to do this. We have to stand up. As the left, we have to organize and we have to stand up against this. Big props to Rob Hova. Big props to your boy Lenny. Big props to Al Rakabi buying that garbage fuel merch. Getting that garbage fuel all up in it. He bought the garbage fuel cap. Garbage fuel. Thank you so much, Al Rakabi. No, Corwin. It was just, you're saying words. I get it, because, Finkelstein was speaking. No. I get it. We can't allow them to overwhelm us. Fair enough, Corwin. Fair enough. Saner heads prevail. Thank you, Corwin. Big props to Rob Hova. Big props to Corwin. Sorry for the confusion. Big props to iPlatinum. Jet Junta, thank you for that follow. Sick name. Love the icon. Is that the Ghost in the Machine? No. What's that? Oh, I used to know the anime that's from. Big props to Ice King of Space. Thank you, Ice King of Space. Thank you for coming in once again. Woke Patriot, once again, thank you. Lenny, once again, thank you. Davey, thank you so much. You stopped in briefly. Thank you, Davey. Big props to your boy, Chem Goblin. Thank you so much, Streamboo. Hey, Streamboo, for showing me those great services. Maybe I should buy some viewers. You let me know if I should buy some viewers, folks. Of course, it's actually, I'm not supposed to talk about that. I'll get my ass kicked off. I'm just joking. I'm not going to buy viewers, by the way. Big props to Memento. Thank you, Memento. Crail of Xana, thank you for coming back. All you lurkers out there, thank you, lurkers. Notice that we went over 20. Thank you for that view. The most important thing you give me. Thank you for that view. Clutch Cargo, you're the man. Like and subscribe to Clutch Cargo. Yi Lao. Catching up the rest of this on the VOD. Thank you, Yi Lao. Appreciate it. Big props to you, Yi Law. Soviet Mind in this motherfucker. Thank you, Soviet Mind. Someone you trust is one of us. The New Order of Salmon. Thank you, Salmon. Oh, wait, that ain't Salman Rushdie. That's Mike. No, that's Mike. Chem Goblin, I already said props, but thank you. Shadow Fiend, welcome back. Radical Static. Coogan Swoop, Radical Static, welcome back. Welcome back. Big props. Thank you, Radical Static. I think a right-winger tried to say Joe Biden is the American Elstein. Did he try to say Epstein? Yeah, free Palestine for real. Absolutely. Saying free Palestine does not mean you're supporting Hamas, by the way. Fucking bad actors. Ponder Monkey. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to the Ponder Monkey. Great Twitch streamer, I believe. I think he's Twitch streaming. Thank you anyway, Ponder Monkey. Clutch Cargo, once again, thank you. News Underground, folks. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Don't forget, it's the only thing that's ever worked, and we're talking about political activism. Political activism, motherfucker. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization in your area. And step 3, put in the motherfucking work, bitch. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Read them banned books. Motherfuck you, Ron DeSantis. News Underground.